In sickness and in health, that was the vow I made over 35 years ago when I married my husband, Walter. It was the holiest promise in my book, and I kept it, just as the other half did in good times and in bad. I thought I was the perfect wife in appearance, but in reality, I was much more than that. I not only gave my husband the 3 children he wanted, served dinner on time every day in a spotless home, but I also supported him in everything he did. And I don't mean that metaphorically. When we got married, Walter had a good job, so we bought a house together and started a family. But during my 3rd pregnancy, he was laid off and couldn't find anything close to his former salary. So, despite being heavily pregnant and having 2 small children at home, I took on temporary jobs and managed it all. I was very proud of myself for still maintaining a spotless home, with clean, well-fed children and homemade meals every day when Walter came back from job hunting. I was the kind of person who would say that today's women didn't know what it meant to fight like I did, or what it meant to fight for your family and your marriage. Years later, I felt extremely humbled. My 3rd child was about 6 months old when Walter finally found something permanent, so at that time I had to work a lot. The good part was that we lived near his brother and his wife, and they helped me so I could go to work, but we couldn't rely on them too often. It felt wrong I should be home with my children as a wife. Both of us sighed in relief when Walter got a new job and I could stop working and return to my duties as a housewife. Many years after that moment, I thought we were the perfect example of what a marriage should look like. Our children grew up and started their own families, and Walter and I became empty nesters, but we were fine until I was diagnosed with breast cancer. The change was almost immediate at that doctor's appointment. Walter became stiff, and I thought he was afraid of what might happen, but his demeanor remained reserved even when the doctor said it was caught early and was highly treatable. I thought he just needed time. I needed support, but discovering I was sick hit me harder than anything else. Regarding treatment, the doctors wanted to see how I responded to chemotherapy before recommending surgery. A mastectomy sounded so frightening to me that I decided not to tell my children for a while. They didn't live nearby, and I felt that my husband was more than enough support. I felt better keeping it to myself until I recovered. Bad news should always come with some good news, I thought. Walter came to the first appointment and seemed concerned, which was impressive. I thought he had accepted the situation and was ready to stand by my side, but he skipped the next appointment. At the 3rd session, another patient at the clinic told me something strange. I searched online, and many women in forums said the same thing. I couldn't believe it, but my instinct told me it was true. Apparently, husbands are very likely to leave their wives after a cancer diagnosis. I wanted to deny it. Walter would never do something like that. But when he missed further appointments and could barely look at me after I had vomited at home, I knew it. Women just know. It didn't take long before Walter left me with just a small note saying he couldn't do this anymore because he hadn't signed up for it. I guess in good times and in bad, only counted if he was the one who was sick. We had many years of good health, and I had nursed him through colds, fevers, and everything else. I thought about telling the children, but I just couldn't do it. Even when the divorce papers came far too quickly, I started to believe he had wanted to leave me before I was diagnosed. But the divorce was just the tip of the iceberg. Walter wanted everything for himself. I went to my lawyer and found out that our house, which was mostly paid for with my money for the down payment, was in his name only. Everything else also belonged to him. I had a separate account, but barely anything in it. I never knew I had to keep my money separate from my husband. He wouldn't answer my calls, and soon I saw his photos with another woman on Facebook. I didn't like that either. One afternoon I went to his office. I had a reason to be there, since some papers needed his signature. I could have done it through our lawyers, but oh well. I dressed up and looked just as pitiful as I did in front of the judge. The people in his office knew me, so they would definitely react. Like I said, I was the perfect wife, always well-groomed. The looks I got as I entered were terrible, but they served my plan. Everyone probably knew we were divorced, but they likely didn't know I was sick. By then, I was already wearing a headscarf and a face mask because the doctor had added more rounds of chemotherapy before we decided on surgery. That helped the situation. Walter was angry when he saw me, but I only told him that I just wanted to finish this. He signed, and I left, but not before passing by his assistant. She asked how I was doing, and I told her that the divorce and my illness were difficult, that the chemo was worse than I'd ever imagined. I saw her face had confirmed that Walter hadn't said a word. Everyone in the office, maybe the whole building, would soon know what was going on. They wouldn't want to face the consequences. They just wanted as many people as possible to know what kind of person my ex-husband really was. Some time later, I took a big box to my brother-in-law's house. I had some of Walter's things that I decided Mariano should have. He was most surprised by my appearance and asked what was wrong. "Are you sick, Rose?" I pretended to be confused and said, "Yes, Ron, I have cancer. Didn't Walter tell you?" He left me because he couldn't handle it. It was the first time I said it out loud and in so many words, really to anyone. Ron couldn't believe it, and his wife Guadalupe was just as outraged. But I told them I was better off this way and just wanted to bring their things and say goodbye in case I never saw them again. My ex-brother-in-law was upset by my words and said, "We can see you whenever you want. You are family." I thanked him for the gesture but asked him not to tell anyone, because my children didn't know yet, and I wanted to get better before I told them. Guadalupe didn't like that. She said they should be here with me. What if something happened and they couldn't get here fast enough? I told her I was feeling much better and would tell them soon that it would help. Guadalupe offered to help me first. She came with me to my last appointments, listened to me, and comforted me when I cried, because the doctor said the chemo was going well and I might not need surgery. She cooked for me and told me more about my ex. When Walter told them about our divorce, he only said we had grown apart, which I suspected. They hadn't seen much of him since he found a new girlfriend, and Guadalupe didn't want to meet her either. She was disgusted because he had gone out with a much younger woman. I didn't care, but it was nice to know that after all these months alone and sick, I was not alone. I should have known that Guadalupe wouldn't keep it secret for long. That appearance at Walter's work and Guadalupe's friends ensured that everyone knew what kind of person my ex was. She told everyone who would listen. We didn't live in a small town, but we were known in the area, and people talk and judge. It felt like my little revenge, if you will. It was done. I was finally ready to let things rest. I called my children, explained everything, apologized, and asked them to visit me if they could. I never thought I would see Walter before I called them, but it happened after what was supposed to be my last round of chemotherapy for a long time. Even with anti-nausea medication, I was still struggling not to vomit when my ex came into my house. He used the kitchen's sliding door, which I always left open. The first thing he said to me after all that time and everything he had done and taken from me was, "How could you ruin my life, my reputation?" I asked him how I had ruined his life. I was the sick one, and he lived happily with a trophy girlfriend. He said she had left him, which certainly wasn't my fault. Walter asked why I couldn't just keep quiet and pretend to be the good wife I had always been and give him a smooth divorce. He said, "No, you had to act like a martyr and get everyone on your side. I said nothing, but he saw my face and saw that I found it ridiculous. That was the moment I noticed a side of him I never knew existed. After the diagnosis, the infidelity, and the divorce, I realized my husband was a complete coward, absolutely dependent on me for everything. I'd bet my life that it wasn't just his ruined reputation that scared off his trophy girlfriend. He probably treated her like a servant as well. And that's not what young women want from a sugar daddy. I thought a coward was just weak and without character. I never thought violence was in his nature. Walter exploded when he saw how my lips curled at his accusations after he said the worst things a person can say. I saw his hands going right for my throat, and I thought this was how it would end, except Guadalupe, my savior, opened the door and brought everything to a halt. Behind her were my 3 children with their spouses and kids. She brought them to me at the best time. I hadn't talked much about my children before, but I had 2 sons and a daughter. My eldest son, Fernando, saw his father's hands in the air and immediately understood the implications Walter had laid hands on me. So Fernando and his brother grabbed him and threw him out of the house. The women and children came in for safety and to protect me, and I told them I was fine, except that I had to run to the bathroom for a while. I was sure that had more to do with what could have happened than with my treatment. My ex-husband left, and everyone around us cut off contact with him forever. My children reproached me a bit, because I had basically kept a whole year of my life secret from them, but I was sick, so there wasn't much they could do. When the doctor officially told me I was in remission, my daughter Anna demanded that I move in with her, and I did. It was simply better to be closer to them. In these last years, I was happier than ever before since I got married. I no longer judge women or anyone who doesn't want to settle down. Marriage isn't for everyone. Live your life the way you want, and make sure you surround yourself with people you love and trust. It's often hard to know who they will be, but you need them. Telling Mariano and Guadalupe the truth was the best thing I did at that moment, and I will always be grateful that they thawed my children's hearts. It seemed as if she had saved my life. A heavy weight seemed to lift from my shoulders as I finally moved into my new apartment. It was a small refuge where I could be myself, far from all the drama and tension I had experienced in my brother's house. My friends were incredible when they took me in, and I was determined to repay their kindness by being a supportive and positive roommate. I began to settle into my new life. My job at the pizzeria was going well, and I made an effort to be a reliable and dedicated employee. In my free time, I got involved in activities that brought me joy and fulfillment. I started taking dance lessons and rediscovered a passion for music and movement. It was as if I were rediscovering parts of myself that had been suppressed for a long time. Over time, I formed new friendships and built a network outside my family. They helped me realize that I was so much more than the opinions and judgments of other people. I was strong, resilient, and worthy of love and respect, regardless of my weight or appearance. In the meantime, I kept in touch with my brother, but kept Renata at a distance. I no longer wanted to be drawn into her drama and manipulation. He understood and respected my decision, and our relationship improved significantly now that Renata's shadow no longer loomed over us. With each passing month, I felt safer and stronger than ever. I knew there were still challenges ahead, but I now faced the world with my head held high, ready to take on anything that came my way. And so I continued my journey with determination and courage toward a fulfilling and meaningful life, in which I left the suffering of the past behind and embraced the future with hope and optimism. This story is crazy, and you'll probably think I'm stupid for not going to the police, but my reputation was already ruined. Everyone who knew about the situation believed him instead of me, so I had no choice but to move forward. I didn't know if things would become violent. I didn't know what he was capable of, but it was the only option I saw. Sometimes I still can't believe I defeated him. But back to the beginning, I started dating my boyfriend Charlie about a year before the pandemic broke out. Everything was great. He was sweet, attentive, and a great problem solver, the kind of person someone with a chaotic life like mine needed. He kept me on track, but I didn't know what lay beneath the surface. Everything fell apart a few years ago, and everyone was panicking. We decided to move in together to create the bubble they wanted us to have. We also thought it would be a good idea to save money on rent and such. I was lucky that my lease ended in 2 months, and my landlord let me go without a penalty. Some moving companies still worked in our city, and our jobs went fully remote, so it all seemed predestined. We set up our offices well. Charlie did. He was the tech guy, not me. In retrospect, that was a mistake. The guest room was our shared office. If one of us had a meeting, the other would step out to the living room for a while. I won't go into detail about our jobs, but Charlie had far more hours than I did. I often finished work early, earlier than in a normal office day, and then I had more time for myself. I started cooking more, reading more, and even exercising more, believe it or not. My mental health was much better, but I felt Charlie wasn't doing so well. I told him he should take more breaks. His work seemed more demanding than before, and that wasn't fair. They weren't paying him more or anything. I read some tips online about how to separate work and living space even when working from home. We had more money because we weren't going out and were saving on rent, so I bought him a new computer. Again, I'm not technical, so I got some help from the guy at the store to buy the right gaming computer. I told Charlie that when he was done with work, he should go to our room and use this computer only for fun if he still wanted to be online. I was serious. I never thought I'd become that kind of nagging girlfriend, but it seemed to work. Charlie finally realized how things had changed. Before, I would bring him dinner at his desk, and he'd eat without thinking about it. But then we started eating together and really enjoying it. He watched me exercise with YouTube videos, and we laughed a lot more. He also played more on his other computer. Sometimes I spied on him and saw him laughing and having fun. Our intimate life improved significantly, and I started thinking that the crazy events of a few years ago were the best thing that could have happened to us. We were doing much better than some of our friends who had been together longer or were married and went crazy staying at home. But I didn't know that Charlie wasn't only having fun playing on the new computer I'd bought him. He was doing something else, something I should have noticed at the time. I didn't think much of it, but in retrospect, it's all clear. I think that was the beginning. My friend Paula sent me a message one day asking how I was doing. I told her everything was great because it was the truth. I was better than ever. She said, "Good, but how's work?" That confused me. Work was perfect, and I told her that. She didn't ask more about it, but I think she had already found out what I would discover months later. Another warning sign came when Charlie had a gaming session on his Discord or whatever. I don't know how it works. I made sure not to go into the room when he was relaxing with a game, but I needed my charger and went in for just a second. I left when I heard someone say, "She's the hottest. I can't believe you." And that was it. I didn't hear anything else. I was used to compliments, especially from my ex's friends. It wasn't unusual for me, so I knew it was better not to listen closely. It pains me now that I didn't pay attention, though it might not have changed anything. Still, I was more alert now. Paula didn't text me anymore after asking about my work, which at the time wasn't unusual because everyone was busy or dealing with other things. But 2 months passed. Charlie and I were the perfect couple. I felt like we never left the house unless it was absolutely necessary, and we also didn't order much food, but I missed my friends overall. I messaged Paula, asking how she was doing, how work was going, and how her family was coping with the pandemic. Her answer was strange. "I'm sorry, Lara, but I just don't want to be friends with someone who does that kind of thing. You know, you could have talked to me if you needed money. Everyone is fine, but I guess this is the end of our friendship." I had no idea what she was talking about. I asked who told her I needed money. I was doing great at work. I would probably be promoted soon because the pandemic didn't affect our business at all. I told her I would probably earn more than ever before. Julia didn't block me after that strange message, so I texted her, "If you're still working, why are you posting all those things online?" I asked which things online, and she called me. Julia was hesitant to ask more questions, and then said, "Honey, you opened an OnlyFans account. Everyone thinks you're doing it because you lost your job." Then she told me that OnlyFans wasn't the only thing, that there were videos of me on public adult websites. I laughed on the phone and told her it was the strangest joke anyone had ever made, but she said it was true and started sending me things. At first, it was odd because some pictures were obviously not meat was good Photoshop, I guess, but it wasn't me. I told Julia that, but then she showed me other videos, some sort of surveillance of me exercising in the living room. At that moment, I was shocked. Of course, I knew we had cameras, but how did they end up on the internet? There was another video of me cooking in my kitchen, but it was focused entirely on my backside. When Julia showed me what she had, she asked, "Lara, you're not the one posting these things, right?" I definitely wasn't. At that moment, I cried and could barely breathe. There were photos with my face, underwear, and bikinis I had never worn in my life, let alone taken pictures in. Some looked so real. I asked Julia who else knew about it, and she said everyone but me. I freaked out. I'm not proud of it, but I stormed into our room, screaming at him, hitting him, and almost going after his computer. He held me back. His idiot Discord friends probably heard the whole fight, but I didn't care. They probably saw this stuff too. Charlie yelled in my ear, "What are you doing? Why are you acting like this?" I broke free from his grip, even angrier. I couldn't believe he asked me that. The audacity! But I think that was part of his personality somehow. I told him I knew everything and that I wanted him to delete it all right now. I kept screaming, and through the adrenaline surge, I felt I had to leave immediately. I grabbed a bag and started packing, and that's when Charlie changed. In retrospect, I misread it. I thought he was in serious trouble because he grabbed my face and looked me straight in the eye, saying that under no circumstances would I leave. I said he was crazy if he thought I'd stay with someone who did that to me, but he laughed. I thought he would hit me, scratch me, bite me, fight me. I was ready for the fight of my life. Instead, he started laughing again, not angry or confused, not even pretending to be confused. He was calm when he said, "You're not leaving. You won't leave me, and you'll never leave me. You belong to me again." I was ready for anger, for threats of physical violence, but they didn't come. I grew bolder and said, "Yes, I'm leaving, and I'll tell everyone the truth." Then came the real threats. "If you leave, I'll upload more. I have much more than what I've already uploaded. I mean, if my tapes are already on OnlyFans, what else could I do?" He said he would do more and worse. He would use more Photoshop and other things to make it look even worse. I didn't fully understand, but some of the images Julia sent me were already very intense. I just wanted out. I threw my bag on the floor and asked, "Why did you do this? I was the perfect person for you, and I felt I did everything to make you happy. I took on traditional gender roles and did everything around the house, and I was happy to do it. We were happy." He didn't laugh at that. He took a deep breath for a moment, and then said his salary had been cut at work, a big pay cut. They didn't fire him, but apparently I earned more than him, and he hated that. He wanted to earn extra money. I asked why the hell he hadn't opened his own OnlyFans. At that time, I didn't know much about that site, but I remembered reading an article about its growing popularity, and as far as I knew, both men and women used it and some people made a lot of money. I might even have been his model if he'd asked. So why did he humiliate me in front of our circle of friends for money? He said he didn't think my parents and most of my family would find out. I don't know what overcame me, but almost against my will, I asked if my content made good money. He smiled and said yes. It made more than enough to cover his pay cut. He asked if I wanted to see, and in that moment, I felt numb. I watched as he showed me everything. There was much more than Julia had sent me, but most of it was doctored. What was real were pictures of my butt, my breasts, and my feet disgusting. There were even some adult videos of him and me, but Charlie explained something about them being extremely exclusive and very expensive. Not all subscribers had access to the worst things, only a few who bought them. I'm sorry. I didn't understand much and didn't ask further. Sorry, I don't know where my head was at that moment. I felt overwhelmed by everything I saw and heard. I didn't know how to react, but I knew I had to do something. I couldn't let Charlie keep exploiting me like this. I couldn't let him keep threatening to post more of me online. I made a decision at that moment. I decided to be brave and face the situation. I told Charlie I couldn't continue living like this, that I couldn't be part of his plan to make money at the cost of my dignity and privacy. I demanded he delete all the pictures and videos he had posted of me online, and told him I was ready to take legal action if he refused. Charlie was serious for a moment, then started laughing again. He said he couldn't be forced to do anything and that he had even more incriminating material to use if I tried anything against him. I felt desperate. I didn't know what to do. I knew that if Charlie didn't delete this content, my life would be hell. I could imagine the judgment and shame I'd face if my friends, family, and colleagues found out what happened. So I decided not to wait any longer. I ran out of the house and called the police. I explained the situation, showed them the evidence I had, told them about Charlie's blackmail, and begged them to help me stop him. The police acted quickly. They searched our home and seized all of Charlie's computers and electronic devices. They arrested him for extortion and the illegal distribution of intimate materials. It was a long and difficult process, but I finally managed to get all pictures and videos of me removed from the internet. I also went to therapy to help me deal with the emotional trauma I had experienced. Even though it was a terrible experience, it taught me a lot about the importance of standing up for myself and protecting my own dignity. I learned not to let someone manipulate or use me in that way. After all that, I decided to start a new path in life. I moved to another city and started over. I focused on myself, my mental health, and building healthy relationships based on mutual respect and trust. Although I will never forget what happened, I am determined not to let it define me. I'm stronger than I ever thought possible, and I'm determined to move forward and live my life to the fullest. After a year at university, I decided that world wasn't for me. I didn't know what I wanted or where I was going. But I knew those courses that other people seemed so eager to learn in just weren't my place. So I dropped out. My parents hated that. I had to move out of the dorms, but they didn't want me back home, so my brother David offered his basement apartment. He and my sister-in-law Lisa had used it as an Airbnb for a while, but he got tired of that service. He agreed to let me stay for a third of the rental value, which I would pay as soon as I found a job. I was very grateful, but I didn't know that my sister-in-law wasn't entirely happy about it. Lisa was a bit different, and let me explain. Well, I'm pretty overweight, there's no other way to say it. I've tried a million diets and just can't do it. Many people in my family are overweight, so I know that's a factor, but I also simply love food. I can't deny it. I don't know how people can just eat to sustain themselves when good food can be so incredible. Don't misunderstand me, I actually do quite a bit of exercise. I follow Zumba videos online and dance as often as I can. It's just that I probably eat too much, and yes, snacks are my weakness. Lisa is the exact opposite. She's basically a 2000s era model. I can't say much because I know I'm not healthy, but I know she barely eats enough to survive. I've always felt bad for my future nieces and nephews because I'm sure she would be the kind of mother obsessed with diets. Now, that wouldn't be my problem anymore. Fat and thin people exist together in the world and seem fine. Everyone does their own thing. Or, well, not really. Lisa hated me from the moment we met. She was polite, but you know when someone just isn't into you. Several slips in her behavior showed me that, like at my brother's wedding, when she wanted family photos and placed me at the edge. She posted these photos on social media cropped, so I wouldn't be in them, and some were framed in their house without me. On their first Thanksgiving as husband and wife, I saw her lip curl every time I scooped more sweet potato puree onto my plate. She just ate a bit of turkey without gravy, and a few asparagus spears, very sad. But who was I to judge her habits? The truth is, everything with her was subtle. She didn't have to see me much, and I didn't have to see her much until I moved into her basement. I had the feeling it wasn't just my weight that bothered her. She probably hated that my family was close-knit and full of love despite our appearance. My parents aren't as large as I am, but they're not thin like a model either. They're basically average. But my father showers my mother with love, calls her beautiful whenever he can, and buys her gifts. That's something I will never have, and I don't know if David feels the same for Lisa. But more importantly for this story is that I'm nice to everyone. I don't want to brag, but I'm funny and kind and help wherever I'm needed. My parents weren't very happy with me because of the university problem, but I know they love me unconditionally, and David is my best friend in the world. My older brother was always my protector and confidant. I think Lisa hated that from the start, but I never had confirmation until I moved into her basement. I didn't know I had almost ruined my life. I moved in quickly. I didn't have much in the dorms anyway, and my brother and his wife helped, but I saw Lisa's expression as we brought my boxes in. David went upstairs to check something, and I started putting my clothes in a closet. Lisa stayed where she was. I told her I could handle everything else and thanked her for her help, but she stayed put. I asked if she needed something, and she asked how long I would stay there. I didn't know exactly, but I had already applied online for jobs at a pizzeria, a cafe, and a rather upscale restaurant. I thought, well, I love food, so maybe I could make a career out of it. I said all this with a smile, thinking she was interested, but she just crossed her arms. "We can't stay here forever, right?" she barked, and I told her I knew that. I had the feeling she wanted to say more, but David came back down and she fell silent. It was fine. I knew I needed to save money, figure out what I wanted, clear things up with my parents, and move out quickly. It just wasn't fast enough. That evening at dinner, Lisa picked at her food quietly. That was normal. Meanwhile, I enjoyed the meal me brother could cook well. We were both taught by our grandmother, another reason I thought a career in the food industry might work for me. After she put more food on my plate, Lisa spoke. "How can you eat so much?" she asked, her voice barely hiding disgust. David frowned, and I'm 100% sure I'd never heard her say something like that before. "I'm overweight. I can eat a lot," I answered, laughing, which made David laugh too. Lisa didn't find it funny. She said it wasn't funny to be obese, that all people should think about their eating choices and how they affect them later in life. She added that when she was a girl, she learned to be strict and disciplined with eating. Otherwise, she'd have problems later, because her mother told her people would judge her for her appearance, and it was better to avoid that by always looking good. I rolled my eyes internally, and maybe I shouldn't have said what I said next, but I couldn't help it. It's okay to be fat. Everyone who matters to me loves me as I am, and everyone else really doesn't care, you know, I added. David was on my side, and we changed the subject to some childhood memories. Lisa remained silent for the rest of our meal. In the following days, Lisa was mostly quiet around me. I stayed in the basement and only came up for dinner because David insisted. She never commented on my food again, but I noticed a lock on some of the kitchen cabinets. That was strange. I had my own kitchen and my own food downstairs, and Lisa wasn't interested in food, so I had no idea what it was about. Things seemed to escalate. One day, my car keys disappeared. I had to go upstairs to ask if she'd seen them. Lisa said no, which made sense since the basement had its own entrance. I asked her to help me look for them, and she said no. She was busy with a magazine. That was understandable, it wasn't her problem. But then I asked if I could borrow her car for a job interview, and she said no and added that I should just walk because I needed the exercise. I left. I had no time for this nonsense and ended up taking the bus to my interview. I had called David to ask if he'd seen my keys, but he said no. I later had to pick up my spare set at my parents' house, where I had left them when they bought me the car. It seemed safer there, though maybe not a good idea now. That's what I did. I got a chance to talk to my mother, apologized for some things, and asked her to be patient with me while I found my path. She understood, I believe. I came home, and David called me for dinner. He smiled and gave me my keys. Apparently, he found them in the flower garden in the backyard. That made no sense. I never spent time in their backyard, especially near the flowers because I'm somewhat sensitive to pollen. He told me to just let it go, and I did. In the next few days, I started to worry. I had a few more interviews, and even though these places seemed busy, none hired me. I applied for various positions: delivery, cleaning, cashier, basically anything. When the manager of a small, standalone pizzeria called to turn me down, I broke down and cried there, asking why they didn't hire me. I just couldn't understand. He said someone had called him to warn about me, claiming I tended to steal food from every place I worked. I told him it wasn't true. I begged for the job, and he seemed to pity me, or maybe no one else had applied. Either way, that call changed his mind and they finally hired me. I had to sit down after I hung up. I couldn't believe it. I had only had a summer job at an ice cream shop before, never stole a single plastic spoon. The only person I could think of who might want to mess with me was my sister-in-law. She happened to know all the places I applied to because I told David at dinner every night. But unfortunately, I felt paranoid. I had no proof and didn't want more trouble, so I kept my head down. I started working, took all the shifts I could, and fended for myself. I barely saw Lucas or Lisa for about 2 weeks, and I hoped that would be enough. But my day off proved otherwise. The only downside to David's basement apartment was that it had no washing machine. His house had a laundry room upstairs that I had used since I moved in, but since the job interview incident, I'd avoided going up there. I couldn't put it off any longer. I quietly went upstairs and started a load, staying there and keeping quiet, trying to avoid Lisa. But I don't know if something bothered her or what, because she came in and screamed in my face that I had to leave her house immediately, that she couldn't stand me anymore, that she wanted me out of her life. She said if it were up to her, Lucas would never have to see my fat ass again. I just stood there shocked. I still didn't want trouble, so I nodded and said I'd leave as soon as I got my first paycheck. My parents would help me since they were no longer that angry. But that wasn't enough for her. She kept screaming that I should leave, and suddenly she lunged at me, grabbing my hair. I had to set a boundary then. I pushed her away. I must not have measured my strength, because she flew back and hit the wall pretty hard. She started screaming that I had attacked her and said she would call the police. I followed, telling her she attacked me first, but she had already dialed. Then Lucas came in, thankfully, and had to witness this crazy scenario. I stood beside him, not knowing what to do. I quickly explained everything before Lisa finished her call. She hung up and told him not to believe me, that I had attacked her without reason. I called my parents. I knew I had to leave, no matter what happened next. The police actually came a few minutes later, and so did my parents. My father went straight to the officers. I had never been in trouble in my life and was afraid. I cried while Lisa lied about what had happened in the laundry room. I knew Lucas wanted to defend me, but he hadn't been there and didn't really know what to do. After hearing both sides, the officers weren't sure what to think, but my father convinced them to let us handle it ourselves, and they seemed to agree. Lisa demanded a restraining order at that moment, but the officers just ignored her, and I'm so grateful my father was there. I whispered to my mother like a little girl that I wanted to go home with them. She helped me pack my things. I don't know what Lucas thought, but he quietly brought my boxes to my car, and I just drove off without another word. I cried on my mother's shoulder that night because I couldn't understand how someone could make false accusations so easily. I told her David's wife was a threat and that I never wanted to see her again. I know I put my parents in a tough position, but I was done with Lisa. If I had to remove Lucas from my life to avoid her, so be it. But after a few days, I realized that was exactly what my sister-in-law wanted. I wouldn't have been surprised if she'd planned it for a while waiting until I came upstairs when Lucas wasn't home. I wouldn't let her get away with this, I thought. I called my brother, apologized for everything, and we had an honest talk. He asked if I wanted to come back, but I didn't. I just said I didn't want to lose him no matter what my relationship with Lisa was like. He seemed relieved and very emotional after all this. After that, I decided to take my revenge note a grand or cinematic revenge, just a persistent presence in my brother's life. I went to his house for dinner every evening. Sometimes my parents came too. I was loud, talkative, more lively than ever before. I ate even more, praised my brother's cooking, invited him out on weekends, telling him to bring Lisa, of course. She seemed to distance herself more every day, not like a beautiful flower that gracefully fades with time, but like a rat eating poison and rotting from the inside. Meanwhile, my job was going well and I saved money. I had enough for a small studio apartment, but I hadn't moved out yet. They were a good excuse to invite Lucas to more things, and I needed to ensure Lisa would explode publicly somehow, and she did, but it didn't take long. For Dad's 55th birthday, Mom organized a barbecue with our closest relatives and friends. Once again, I was the center of attention at the party. I was in every photo, gave a small speech, talked to everyone, and tried to draw more attention to myself, including from Lucas. I just knew Lisa was furious and waiting to pounce. Don't get me wrong, I was tired of this whole act too. I'm sociable, but not that much. I wanted to move on, but deep down, I needed others to see what kind of person she really was. When the party ended, I decided to clean up a few things and take them to the kitchen. It was like the laundry room scene all over again. Lisa came in behind me, not screaming at first. Her eyes were scary as she told me that she knew what I was up to and how I'd gotten away with my previous aggression. She was tired of me and how much attention I got from Lucas. I started laughing. I couldn't help it. It seemed hilarious to me. I knew that people who are willing to make false accusations just want others to be as bad as they are. I couldn't believe how crazy she was. She kept accusing me of dumb, small things that made no sense and couldn't possibly bother me or Lucas. It seemed she had planned it all out, but I didn't care. I had no intention of losing this time. I told her I had no problem spending less time with my brother if that's what she really wanted. She stopped talking. I took what I needed and left. I didn't wait for her reaction. I went straight to Lucas, who was hiding in a quiet corner with a whiskey. I told him I was tired of acting perfect just to provoke his crazy wife. I told him he had to choose who was more important to him, and I would accept his decision. He looked at me like I'd fallen on my head, then nodded and said he had decided Lisa must disappear from his life. We agreed to pack the next day and came to my new apartment. I couldn't believe how easy it was to change an entire life just because someone was so angry and crazy. I had nothing against Lucas. I was even ready to forgive him for not having any proof of my story, but I couldn't live with him if Lisa lived there too. We didn't have much time to pack before calls and messages came in, and I had no idea what she wanted, but I was so tired of it all. I just wanted my own life without trying to provoke anyone. I was tired of having to move, and I hope I can stay at this new place for a while without too much drama. There's so much more I need to focus on, and hopefully she got what she wanted after all she did. I met Max at the university before I dropped out. I was in my second year, and Max was in his last year. We shared most of our courses, so he was mainly in the same classes as me. But at first, I paid no attention to him. I was one of those shy girls who focused only on their own existence, not interested in anyone or anything. I was just a spectator in other people's relationships, and had never been in one myself. That day, I was alone in the classroom, eating my lunch, when I noticed a guy sleeping in the back seat. I knew who he was. He was the most popular guy at the university, Max. He was popular because he was clumsy and handsome. But despite his popularity, I didn't find him interesting at first. He rubbed his eyes with his hand while sleeping, his messy hair tickling his eyes. So I went over to him and brushed his hair out of his face. That was the moment I realized how handsome he really was. He truly was as good-looking as people said, I thought, staring at him. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, startling me, and I returned to my seat immediately. He seemed like he wanted to say something, but the bell rang and students started coming in. The next day, I saw him in class, sitting in the seat next to mine. I slowly went there and sat down, took out my notebook, and focused on the lecture. I could feel he was looking at me, but he said nothing, so I completely ignored him and kept looking at my notebook. Suddenly, I turned my head briefly and caught him looking at me. I thought I needed to be careful. There was no way he'd ask me out. I know you don't go out with anyone, so there's no reason to deny it, he said. Besides, I caught you looking at me yesterday. My whole body turned red when he said that. I said nothing and kept looking into my book with an empty mind. In the following days, he started following me everywhere, asking if I would say yes. It wasn't that I didn't want to go out with him, but he had a reputation as a serial heartbreaker. I kept turning him down, but he was so persistent that he just wouldn't stop. "What is it about me that you won't even consider going out with me?" he asked. I went into the library, and as always, he followed me. When he asked that, I stopped and turned to him. "What do you think gave you that reputation as a serial heartbreaker?" I looked him directly in the eyes, and he burst out laughing. "You know it's my friends who spread those rumors about me, right? Don't you think it's true?" I felt a bit guilty for believing it. It was also true I had never seen him actually going out with anyone, or maybe I never noticed because I wasn't interested before. "Just say yes. Trust me, you won't regret it," he said, looking at me with puppy dog eyes, which made me smile. So I agreed. "I'll take that as a yes," he said, then went back to class. I couldn't believe I was in my first relationship. I began noticing every one of his movements without realizing this smile, his clothes, his scent, whatever perfume he wore, if it wasn't his natural smell. I could notice everything. He permanently changed his seat and started sitting next to me. One day, I overheard some girls talking about how handsome Max was, and that same day I saw Max having a cheerful conversation with one of these girls. I got so jealous I couldn't control my anger when he came to me. I asked him what that was about, pointing at the girl. "Why is my sweetheart jealous?" he asked playfully in response, which made me angrier. "It's nothing, that's Agatha, just a friend," he said, noticing my anger and explaining, but that didn't calm my anger. The next day, Agatha didn't come to class. I didn't care. I was glad Max couldn't talk to her anymore. After that, she never showed up again, and people assumed she had dropped out. Almost 5 months passed, and eventually it was time for Max to graduate and leave the university. That made me very sad, so I decided to leave the university as well to stay with him. But when I asked him about it, he got angry and told me I should focus on finishing my degree. Despite his refusal, I insisted and finally dropped out. Max didn't like that. "I think we should break up," he said when he called me. When I got there, that was the first thing he said. "Why? What's wrong?" I was nervous and couldn't understand why he would say something like that. "I never knew that when I asked you out, you would leave the university and risk your own career. I really like you, Cecilia, but I don't want to be the reason for your happiness." I still couldn't understand what it was about, why he was asking me to leave him. I hadn't done anything wrong. I loved him, and he was the one who kept asking me out repeatedly, and now he was doing this. "I did it to be with you. I can go back to university later." "Don't do this, Max," I pleaded, but he said nothing more than that we would talk later and walked away. I wanted to ask him to move in with me, but I couldn't. It was our first fight, and I wanted to settle things as soon as possible. The next day, I got ready and wanted to surprise him by going to his apartment. But just before I got there, I saw Max talking to another girl near his apartment building. He had flowers in his hand, which I crushed when I saw him. As the girl left, I walked straight toward him. "Who was that? Is that the reason you wanted me to leave?" He seemed upset by my questions. "Come on, Cecilia. Don't make a scene. She's just my neighbor, and you know why I wanted the breakup," he said and walked away after those words. All this only fueled my anger. A day later, Max called me. I was so happy, but my happiness vanished as soon as I answered. "Did you do something to Valentina? She's been missing since yesterday." So he was calling me because of that. "I don't know anything, Max. Why would I harm her?" I hung up after saying that. I guess our fight would drag on for a while before we reconciled. A week or two later, I saw Max kissing another woman in his parking lot when I went there to apologize for taking so long every time. Why does he have to do this to me? I thought. I felt extreme anger and throbbing pain in my chest. But this time, I decided to confront the girl first, not Max. When she left, I stopped her on the way, asking why she kissed my boyfriend. What she told me surprised me, that Max had started going out with her. I showed her pictures of Max and me together, which upset her too, I suppose. She wanted to confront him, but I asked her not to. You know what, forget this cheater. He's done this to me so many times that I can't even stand his disgusting, cheap face anymore. Let's go to my place and have a little drinking party, I said. She initially refused, but I'm pretty convincing, so I managed to get her to come along. Wow, I never knew your place was in such a remote area, she laughed as we arrived. I'm pretty rich. I bought this place for me and Max. But I guess he'll never see it, I said as I unlocked the door. Once we were inside, she got nervous. Why is it so dark in here? It looks like... She couldn't finish her sentence. I hit her on the head. Did she really think she could get away with kissing my man? I dragged her into the secret room in the basement and tied her to one of the posts. I sat there, waiting for her to wake up. After a while, when she woke and looked around, I saw the horror on her face. Oh, and the one tied to your right is Agatha, who tried to seduce Max while at university. That's what I did to her. And the one tied to the post on the left is Teeny. She's been here for almost a week now. Oh, don't worry. They're alive barely, but alive. I laughed and walked toward her. Please, let me go. I swear I'll break up with him and never contact him again. Just forgive me, please, she stammered as soon as I removed the tape from her mouth. It was nothing I hadn't heard from the other two. I simply took out the scissors and started cutting her mouth, the mouth she used to kiss Max. The place was soundproof, so her screams wouldn't escape. After I was finished with her, I sent Max a message. Let's meet. I think it's finally time for us to break up properly. I was sick of his bullshit. I guess the first love really does hurt. My name is Lena, and I've always been an ordinary girl with dreams and hopes like anyone else. I never thought my life would take a dark turn when I met Alejandro. It all began like a modern fairy tale, full of laughter, romantic dates, and promises of eternal love. But behind his seemingly irresistible charm lurked a monster waiting to be unleashed. I still remember when I first saw him in a cozy cafe downtown. He sat in a corner with a charming smile and a piercing gaze, as if he could read my soul. We met by chance, exchanged numbers, and from then on, our lives spiraled downward. At first, everything was wonderful. We went out to eat, strolled through the park, shared our deepest dreams and darkest secrets. But gradually, the signs of his true nature began to appear. Small, sarcastic comments turned into hurtful criticisms. His occasional bouts of jealousy turned into uncontrollable outbursts of rage. I, blinded by love and hoping things would improve, forgave him time and time again. It was on a cold winter evening when everything changed. After a heated argument, Alejandro lost control and hit me for the first time. The dull sound of his hand striking my cheek echoed in my head like a terrifying refrain. I was paralyzed by shock and disbelief. How could the man I loved do this to me? I tried to justify his actions, telling myself it was an isolated incident, that I would help him overcome it. But the reality was that he had unleashed something dark and dangerous within himself, something I could no longer ignore. With each passing day, the abuse grew more frequent and more brutal. Each time he swore it would be the last, but there was always an excuse, always a reason why I deserved the punishment he inflicted. I felt trapped in an endless cycle of fear and despair, unable to find a way out. Eventually, I mustered enough courage to break the cycle. One day, I packed my few belongings, left everything I knew and loved behind, and fled into the darkness of the night. I had no plan. I only knew I had to get away from him, from the invisible prison he had built around me. I hid in a small village in the mountains, trying to rebuild my shattered life. I changed my name, my appearance, my identity. But no matter where I went, I always felt his shadow lurking around every corner, in every shadow, in every whisper of the wind. I thought I was safe, that I could finally start anew, but I was wrong. Even from prison, Alejandro found a way to follow me, to torment me from a distance, threatening, disturbing phone calls, even showing up suddenly in places he should never have been able to find me. Every time I thought I had escaped, he returned with renewed ferocity, fueled by his twisted obsession. His presence became a constant nightmare, a dark shadow I couldn't shake even in my deepest dreams. But I am not a defenseless victim. I refused to let fear and despair consume me. I realized the only way to stop him was to confront him directly, to expose him for the monster he truly was. I gathered evidence, witnesses, anything I could use to bring him to trial. The day of his sentencing was the day of my liberation. When I saw him marched out of prison, shackled and defeated, I felt a relief I had never before experienced. Finally, I could breathe easily, knowing I was safe at least for now. But the story doesn't end here. I know he will never leave me in peace. I know his obsession will only grow stronger over time, fueled by his hatred and thirst for revenge. But I am ready to face him, ready to fight until the end, ready to protect what is mine. Because despite everything, I am still Lena, and I am stronger than he could ever imagine.
There are two things every trucker knows: the value of a good diner and the importance of staying vigilant on the road. For me, the open highway was more than just a job. It was my sanctuary, a place where I could be alone with my thoughts. My name is Frank Wills, and I've been driving trucks for over 20 years. I don't have much family left, just a brother in Kansas I talk to now and then, and a daughter too busy with her own life to call. So it's just me and the road, and that's exactly how I liked it, or so I thought. My usual route takes me up and down the East Coast, but this run had me hauling agricultural machinery from upstate New York to a small town in South Carolina. They gave me few details, just a location off Route 95 and a deadline. The dispatcher, Jerry, was a pragmatic guy. "Frank," he'd said, "get this stuff there on time and there's a bonus." And I was keen on the bonus. Times were tough, fuel prices were up, and the company wasn't covering the extras like they used to. I figured if I did everything right, I might be able to take a week off, drive to Kansas, visit my brother, maybe even take him to a ball game. So I loaded up my truck and hit the road. The first part of the drive was uneventful. I got through New York, then into Pennsylvania. Everything was smooth, the weather was good, the traffic light. Just how I liked it. But the closer I got to Virginia, the stranger things got. It was about 2 a.m. when I hit a long stretch of Route 95. The road seemed to stretch out forever. No lights, no cars, just me, the asphalt, and the hum of the engine. a kind of silence that can drive a man mad if he lets it. My eyes were getting heavy, so I decided to pull into the next rest area. It was a rundown shack. One of those old roadside stops that had seen better days. The lights flickered and the payphone was shattered. A single rusted truck was parked in the back corner. I didn't think much of it. Rest stops are eerie at night, but usually harmless. I parked my rig and went inside to grab a coffee. The cashier was a kid, no older than 20, with a worn baseball cap pulled low over his face. He barely looked up when I walked in. "Coffee?" I asked. "Over there," he mumbled, pointing to a corner where a battered coffee machine stood. I poured myself a cup and took a sip. It was awful, but it would do the trick. As I turned to leave, the kid suddenly spoke. "Be careful out there," he said, his voice flat, almost mechanical. I nodded, not thinking much of it, and walked back to my truck. I had just settled into the driver's seat when I saw him. He was standing about 15 yards from my truck, right in the middle of the road. At first, I thought he was just another driver stretching his legs, but something was wrong with him. He was tall, at least 6'5", and built like a linebacker. His clothes were dark and unremarkable, a hoodie, jeans, and boots, but it was his stance that grabbed my attention. He wasn't moving, not even shifting his weight, nothing. He just stood there, staring directly at my truck. I'm not easily spooked, but this guy made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. I hit the horn, hoping to break him out of his trance. No reaction, just that unsettling silence. I decided to get out and see what his problem was. "Hey buddy, everything all right?" I called out as I approached him. He didn't answer, didn't even stir. He stood there like a statue. As I got closer, I could make out his face, or at least where his face should have been. His hood was pulled low, and in the faint light, I couldn't make out any features. I was about 10 feet away when I saw the knife. A long, curved blade, glinting in the faint light of my headlights. He held it loosely at his side, but the way his fingers gripped the handle left no doubt he knew how to use it. I froze. "Listen, man, I don't want any trouble. I'm just passing through." He still didn't move. I started backing up slowly, my heart hammering in my chest. Then in a single fluid motion, he raised the knife and pointed it directly at me. It was a deliberate, calculated gesture that sent a chill down my spine. At that moment, I heard a sound, a faint metallic clinking behind me near my trailer. I spun around just in time to see a second man emerge from behind the trailer. He was shorter, stockier, with a shaved head and a twisted grin. In his hand, he held a chain tightly wrapped around his knuckles. I cursed under my breath. I was trapped. The tall man started moving toward me slowly, while the chain wielder circled me from the rear. I was running out of options. Without thinking, I lunged at the chain wielder. If I was going to get out of this alive, I had to take one of them out. I hit him with my full weight, and we went down hard. The chain clattered as it slipped from his hand. I reached for it, but he was quicker. A sharp kick to the ribs sent me tumbling aside. A searing pain shot through my body, but I didn't have time to tend to it. The tall man with the knife was on me now. In a swift motion, he plunged the blade into my shoulder. A stabbing pain shot through my body, but the adrenaline kept me fighting. I swung out, hitting him squarely in the face. My blow landed hard, and he staggered back. I snatched the chain, which was still on the ground, and swung it with all my might. The chain hit the tall man directly in the face. There was a dull, sickening crack, and he went down. The chain fell from my hand with a clang, but I couldn't stop to see if he'd get back up. Instinctively, I knew I had to run. The smaller man was already back on his feet, his face contorted in rage, but I didn't have time to deal with him. I sprinted for the truck as fast as I could, reaching the driver's door. With trembling hands, I ripped the door open, dove inside, and slammed it shut behind me. I locked it just as the smaller man reached the side of the truck. He hammered on the window with his bare fists, screaming something I couldn't hear. I threw the truck into gear and slammed the gas pedal. The tires spun before finding traction, and the truck shot forward. In the rearview mirror, I could see the tall man slowly getting back up, blood streaming down his face. The smaller man ran after me for a few steps before giving up. I drove without stopping, my heart pounding and my hands shaking so badly I could barely hold the wheel. I was miles away before I felt safe enough to pull over. I parked on the side of the road, my chest heaving as I tried to catch my breath. The pain in my shoulder was almost unbearable now. I looked down and saw my jacket was soaked with blood. The wound was deep and I knew I needed stitches. I reached for my phone, ready to call the police, but of course I had no signal. In this God-forsaken area, it was no surprise. I leaned back in the seat, trying to control my breathing, letting the events of the last few minutes race through my head. Who were those men? Why had they attacked me? Were they random criminals, or had I been targeted? I had no answers, only the certainty that I couldn't stay here. I had to keep driving to the next town where I could get help. I started the truck again, wincing in pain as my shoulder moved. The rest of the drive was a blurred mix of exhaustion and paranoia. I kept my eyes glued to the road, but every shadow, every movement in my peripheral vision made me jump. The thought that the two men might be following me wouldn't leave me alone. When I finally reached the next town, it was almost morning. I found a small clinic and had my wound treated. The doctor didn't ask many questions. Maybe he was used to stories like mine. I briefly explained that I was attacked by two strangers. He just shook his head and said I was lucky to be alive. After that, I reported the incident to the local police. They took my statement, but I could tell by their tone that they didn't have high hopes of catching the men. After giving my statement, I finished the delivery as planned. I kept driving, but the memory of that night wouldn't leave me. On the road, I constantly checked my rearview mirror, always expecting to see the silhouette of the men or the outline of their truck. Every rest stop, every parking lot suddenly felt like a potential attack site. I finally took a week off as I had planned and drove to Kansas to visit my brother. It was a much-needed change of pace. We drank a few beers, watched a ball game, and talked about everything and nothing. But I couldn't let go of what had happened. I told him the story, and his expression changed. He looked at me for a long time before speaking. "Frank, you got lucky. But that's not normal. That wasn't random." His words stuck with me all week. Was it really not random? Was I hauling something those men wanted, or was it just bad luck being in the wrong place at the wrong time? When I returned to the road, I was more vigilant than ever. Every new day felt like a risk. I avoided smaller rest stops, only stopping in crowded, brightly lit places, and I always carried a tire iron close by, just in case. The road didn't feel the same anymore. It used to be my sanctuary, my safe haven from the world, but now it had lost its innocence. Every empty stretch, every dark curve made me nervous. Night no longer felt like an opportunity for peace, it was a threat. Months have passed, and I've never seen the men again, but sometimes, when I'm driving late at night on one of those endless highways, I catch myself glancing in the rearview mirror, looking for movement, for a shadow, for the outlines of someone who shouldn't be there. The road has changed, or maybe I have. Maybe that's the price for a life on the highway. You see things, you live through things that never leave you. But what else is there for me? I'm a trucker. My job is to keep driving, and I will, always looking over my shoulder. When I took my first job with Harlan Transport, I thought it would be simple, a regular paycheck and a way to clear my head. I expected nothing more than long hours on the road, late-night meals at greasy diners, and the occasional chat with other drivers at rest stops. Nothing dramatic. My name is Aaron Biscop, and I've been driving trucks for about 7 years. I've always liked the solitude and the steady hum of the engine beneath me. It gave me time to think, a chance to let my mind wander without the constant noise of other people's lives. My route this time took me from Louisville to a remote town in West Virginia, the kind of place you have to squint to find on a map. The load consisted of industrial equipment that needed to reach a new factory by morning. The dispatcher gave me the job like it was nothing special, and for me, it wasn't. That was before I met him. I set off around 6 p.m. The sun was already starting to set. I preferred driving at night, less traffic, cooler air, and fewer distractions. The highway stretched out before me like an unrolled ribbon. The first section, about 100 miles, flew by. The scenery shifted from suburban landscapes to the dense, menacing forests of the Appalachians. Around 11 p.m., I decided to pull into a rest stop. The place was almost deserted. Only one other truck and a couple of worn-out sedans were around. The flickering lights of the restrooms cast an eerie glow on the asphalt, but I'd seen enough rest stops to be used to it. I parked, got out, and stretched my legs. The air was thick and humid, the kind of heat that makes you sweat without moving. Then I noticed him. He was leaning against the wall near the vending machines. I wouldn't have paid him any attention if he hadn't been staring at me, unblinking, as I walked past. He was tall and gaunt, his clothes baggy on him as if they belonged to someone twice his width. His face was sunken, cheekbones protruding, and his skin looked pale and lifeless. But what really stood out was his mouth, slightly twisted as if he were constantly grinning or baring his teeth. I couldn't quite tell. "Need a hand?" he asked, his voice hoarse and scratchy, like he hadn't spoken in days. "No thanks, just stretching my legs," I replied, trying to sound casual. His gaze remained fixed, as if he were weighing me, trying to gauge something inside me. "Long night ahead of you," he said, more to himself than to me. "Yeah," I mumbled, nodding, and walked toward the restroom to end the conversation. Inside, I splashed water on my face, trying to shake off the strange feeling. Odd people on the road were nothing new. But this guy had a way of getting under my skin. When I walked back out, he was gone. Good, I thought. No need to prolong that weird encounter. I climbed back into my truck, locked the doors out of habit, and started the engine. The lights of the rest stop vanished in my rearview mirror as I pulled back onto the highway. About an hour passed in relative calm. The steady sound of the tires on the road was the only thing breaking the silence. Then, suddenly, my CB radio crackled. It was strange because I had it tuned to a frequency where usually only relevant conversations could be heard, but this wasn't trucker talk. It was distorted static, an incomprehensible jumble of noises that made no sense. I turned the dial, trying to clarify the connection, but the more I fiddled with it, the more distorted it became. Then it stopped as abruptly as it had started, leaving the cab in an oppressive silence. I frowned, convinced it must have been a malfunction, but before I could think about it, I saw something ahead of me, another truck. Its taillights flickered like a candle in the wind. The truck was weaving slightly, as if the driver were distracted or drunk. "Idiot," I muttered, preparing to overtake it. But as I got closer, the hair on my arms suddenly stood up. There was something familiar about this truck, the pattern of mud splatters on the trailer, the dent in the bumper. It was the same truck I had seen at the rest stop. I slowed down, keeping my distance while scanning the cab for signs of the driver. But the windows were dark and I couldn't see anything. Cautiously, I prepared to pass the truck, just wanting to get by him and move on. But right at that moment, the truck suddenly swerved into my lane. I had to veer sharply, ending up on the shoulder, mere inches from the guardrail. My heart pounded as I gripped the steering wheel, bringing the truck back under control. "What the hell?" I yelled out loud, my breathing heavy. I looked in the side mirror, expecting the other truck to be rushing past me, but it was gone, vanished. It was as if it had never been there. I slammed on the brakes, bringing my truck to a standstill, my gaze darting from one side of the highway to the other. No taillights, no silhouette, nothing. Just the empty road and the shadows of the trees rising like walls along the highway in the night. I sat there for a minute, trying to calm my breathing and collect my thoughts. Maybe I had imagined it. Maybe the long hours and the strange encounter at the rest stop were playing tricks on me, but deep down I knew that wasn't the case. I had to keep driving. It was my duty to deliver the load on time, and I wanted out of this area as fast as possible. I took a deep breath, put the truck in gear, and pulled back onto the road. But the feeling of unease wouldn't leave me. About 20 miles later, my headlights caught something on the side of the road. Debris, a broken wooden crate, and an overturned motorcycle. I slowed down, blinking into the darkness. The motorcycle was completely destroyed, the kind of accident no one could survive. I pulled over, grabbed my flashlight, and got out. The cool night air pricked my skin as I cautiously approached the wreckage. The beam of my flashlight slid over the twisted metal until I saw it, a body, lying motionless in the dirt. "Jesus," I whispered, my stomach turning. I approached slowly, clutching the flashlight, and directed the light onto the figure. It was a man, his limbs contorted at unnatural angles, and a broken helmet lay beside him. I knelt down, my hands trembling as I reached for his pulse, but I already knew it was useless. His skin was cool, his body still, and then I noticed it, his clothes, the oversized jacket, the baggy jeans. It was him, the man from the rest stop. My heart pounded as I staggered back. How is this possible? I stammered. I couldn't make sense of it. How had he gotten here? How had he ended up in this state? My mind frantically searched for answers, but none of them made sense. I stumbled back to my truck, grabbed my phone, and dialed 911. But before I could complete the call, I froze. There was someone in front of my truck. In the light of the headlights, a figure stood. It was the same man, alive and unharmed, with that twisted, unsettling grin on his face. "No," I whispered, my grip tightening on the phone. He didn't move, just stood there as if daring me. My mind screamed at me to drive, to run him over if necessary, but my body wouldn't obey. Then he moved slowly, step by step. His movements were deliberate, almost menacing. He reached the front of my truck and began to climb onto the hood. Now his face was inches from the windshield. I could see every detail, the chapped lips, the bluish skin, the way his mouth stretched far too wide. With a single, swift motion, he slammed his hand against the glass. The glass shattered like a spiderweb. The sound jolted me out of my stupor. I slammed the gas pedal with all my might. The engine roared and the truck lunged forward. The man was thrown from the hood, falling onto the asphalt. I didn't look back. I couldn't. My only thought was to get away. The road rushed past me, the lights of my headlights cutting through the darkness, but my mind was a chaos of fear and adrenaline. I drove and drove without stopping until I saw the lights of a small town in the distance. I drove straight to the first gas station I could find and parked my truck hastily in the lot. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely grasp the door handle. I stumbled out of the cab, my legs feeling like rubber as I tried to regain my composure. Inside, a young cashier was behind the counter, looking half asleep. His expression changed immediately when he noticed my state. "Please call the police," I gasped. He looked at me with a mixture of confusion and skepticism. "What happened? An accident? Someone on the road?" I stammered. He reached for the phone and dialed while I leaned against the counter, my heart still pounding in my chest. "The police are on their way," he finally said, scrutinizing me as if wanting to know more. I just nodded, too exhausted and shaken to explain further. Within minutes, the officers arrived. I gave my statement, recounting the encounter with the man at the rest stop, the motorcycle, and the incident on the hood. They listened patiently, but occasionally exchanged skeptical glances. They drove back to the accident site while I waited at the gas station. After a while, they returned, their faces betraying nothing good. "We found the wreckage and the motorcycle," one of the officers said, "but no man. There are only bloodstains on the road and shattered glass. Are you sure you saw someone?" "Yes, it was him. He was there. I saw him. He climbed onto my truck, hit the windshield," I insisted. The officers looked at each other again. Their disbelief was palpable. "Maybe you should get some rest, sir," one of them said. "Long nights on the road can sometimes play tricks on you." I was too worn out to argue. I just nodded and walked slowly back to my truck. I sat in the cab for a while, staring out the window, wondering if I had lost my mind. But deep down, I knew what I had experienced was real. As I started the engine and pulled back onto the road, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. I kept checking the rearview mirror, expecting to see his twisted grin again, following me, but there was nothing. The miles passed by, and gradually my heartbeat calmed down. The darkness of the night felt less oppressive, and the steady rhythm of the tires on the road helped me clear my head. And then out of nowhere, the radio came back to life. This time, it wasn't distorted static, but a clear signal. An old country ballad I didn't know was playing softly through the speakers. I took a deep breath, letting it out slowly, not realizing I had been holding it. The road ahead was long and empty, but somehow it felt less menacing. Just another night on the job. At least that's what I told myself. The dead stretch of Highway 24 was my territory for the better part of the last 15 years. Most truckers avoided it, claiming the route was cursed or just plain eerie, but I didn't mind the solitude. On the contrary, I welcomed it. The silence gave me time to think and clear my head from the chaos of the cities I hauled goods between. When the dispatcher offered me the route again, I took it without hesitation. "You sure, Trent?" Ricky, the dispatcher, asked over the crackling phone line. "No one else wants to touch it." "I'm sure," I replied. "It's the only stretch where I can actually find a bit of peace." "All right, but be careful. There's talk, talk." "Yeah, missing people, truckers who took the route and never checked in again. The locals around there say there's something out there." "I'll be fine," I said, waving off his words. Ricky was always superstitious. If I listened to every old trucker's tale, I'd never get behind the wheel again. "See you in a couple of days." The route started in the dry, dusty plains of Colorado, a place where the horizon blurred with the sky and the earth was cracked under the merciless sun. I was hauling a load of agricultural equipment to a town in Nevada that no one outside the state had ever heard of. The drive was supposed to be a simple 2-day trip, with an overnight stop in a small town called Arakawa, barely a dot on the map. By the time I reached Arakawa, the sun was already dipping behind the jagged hills, painting the sky in streaks of burnt orange and deep violet. I pulled up to the town's only rest stop, a dusty relic from the 60s that looked like it hadn't seen a renovation since it opened. The neon light above the entrance barely flickered, spelling out the word diner. Inside, the place was nearly empty, save for an old man sipping coffee at the counter and a waitress who looked like she was carved from the same granite as the surrounding hills. I ordered a burger and fries, more out of habit than hunger, and took a seat by the window. Just passing through, the waitress asked as she set the plate down in front of me. "Yeah," I nodded, "on my way to Nevada." She looked me over, her gaze lingering a little too long. "Be careful out there," she said, her tone half warning, half resignation. "I will," I replied with a polite smile. As I ate, I noticed the old man at the counter staring at me, his eyes full of something I couldn't quite place. When our eyes met, he didn't look away. "You driving on the 24?" he asked, his voice hoarse from cigarette smoke or the years. "Yeah, why?" He shook his head slowly, as if the answer was too obvious to explain. "Just be careful. That road can be tricky, especially at night." "I've driven it 100 times, I said, trying to sound confident, though his tone was starting to get to me. "Things change," he mumbled, turning back to his coffee. I left the diner with a feeling of unease, though I couldn't pinpoint why. The warnings from the waitress and the old man were nothing I hadn't heard before, yet something about the way they spoke, as if they knew something I didn't, stuck with me. In the truck, I settled in for the night. The cab was my home away from home, and I felt safe there. I locked the doors, turned on a lamp above the dashboard, and pulled out a paperback to pass the time until sleep overcame me. Outside, the wind howled, rattling the sides of the truck as if something were trying to get in. I ignored it, chalking it up to just another night in the desert. Sometime after midnight, I woke up abruptly. The truck was silent, but the uneasy feeling from earlier had returned, gnawing at me. The wind had stopped and an ominous silence had set in. I looked out the window, but there was nothing to see, just the darkness pressing in on me from all sides. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. Then I heard it, a soft tap on the driver's side window. It was too light to be a knock, almost like the sound of fingernails scratching on glass. My heart began to race, and I grabbed the flashlight on the seat beside me. "Who's there?" I called out. Though my voice conveyed more confidence than I actually felt, the tapping stopped, but there was no answer. I shone the flashlight out the window. The beam cut through the darkness, but there was nothing, just the vast emptiness of the desert. I tried to laugh it off, telling myself it was just the wind playing tricks on me, but the fear gnawed at me, refusing to let go. I lay back down, pulling the blanket over me like a shield, but sleep wouldn't come. Every creak of the truck, every sigh of the wind made my skin crawl. An hour passed, maybe two, before I decided I couldn't take it anymore. I had to get out of this place, leave the rest stop and the oppressive silence behind me. I started the engine. The roar broke the silence like a cannon shot. With a quick glance in the mirror, I drove out of the parking lot and back onto the road. The road stretched out before me, a black ribbon beneath the moonlight. I kept the high beams on, scanning the road ahead for any signs of life, but there was nothing. No cars, no animals, not even a stir. Just me and the road. I drove for hours, but the unease that had settled in my bones wouldn't subside. Eventually, I saw it, a figure in the middle of the road. I slammed on the brakes. The tires screeched on the asphalt, and the truck skidded to a stop a few feet from the figure. My heart pounded in my chest as I stared at the silhouette, trying to comprehend what I was seeing. It was a man, tall and broad-shouldered, his features hidden in the shadows of the night. His clothes were old and worn, as if from another era, yet he wasn't moving. He just stood there, staring at me, though I couldn't see his eyes. I rolled the window down a bit, my hand trembling slightly over the horn. "Need help," I called out, my voice cracking under the weight of fear. No answer. He just stood there, motionless, like a statue. The silence between us was overwhelming. Only the faint ticking of the engine broke it. An instinct in me screamed to just drive, to ignore him and disappear, but something held me back, perhaps the absurdity of the situation or the eerie way he stood there as if waiting for something. And then he moved. Just one step, slow and deliberate, but it was enough to freeze the blood in my veins. Then another step and another until he was right next to the truck. Now I could see him better. His face was rough, with a thick beard and deep wrinkles, as if he had spent a lifetime under the blazing sun. But it was his hands that grabbed my attention, large, rough, and calloused, as if they could effortlessly crush a human skull. He raised one of those massive hands and placed it on the edge of the lowered window. His fingers clawed into the metal, and I could hear the faint crunching as he squeezed. "Back off," I yelled, but he didn't even flinch. Instead, he tightened his grip, and I saw the metal bend under his strength. Panic surged through me, and I threw the truck into first gear. The engine roared as I floored the gas pedal, and the truck shot forward. The man stumbled back, but I didn't stop to see what happened to him. I just kept driving, my heart racing, the image of his monstrous hands seared into my memory. I drove for miles without stopping, my eyes glued to the road. It wasn't until the lights of another small town appeared in the distance that I dared to slow down. I pulled into a gas station and got out to stretch my legs and calm down. The cool night air helped clear my mind, but the memory of the man wouldn't leave me. As I filled the tank, my gaze fell upon the side of the truck. my breath hitched. Where the man had placed his hand on the window, there were 4 deep scratch marks in the metal. They were unmistakable, and the sight of them sent a shiver down my spine. I forced myself to ignore the incident and continued my drive, but as I reached the highway again and looked in the rearview mirror, a chill ran down my spine once more. At the edge of the parking lot, in the faint light of the gas station, stood the figure of the man. He was watching me motionless, yet I knew he was looking at me. I floored the gas pedal, driving as fast as the truck would allow. The roar of the engine was the only thing breaking the oppressive silence, but no matter how far I drove, I couldn't shake the feeling that he was still there, somewhere in the shadows, always just out of sight. I finally reached my destination, a small depot on the edge of a town that was barely more than a speck on the map. The sun was just beginning to rise, its light bathing the desert in a pale orange. I parked the truck in the loading zone, got out, and walked with trembling legs toward the office. But something wasn't right. The office door was ajar, swinging gently in the wind. Inside was chaos. Papers were scattered everywhere, chairs were overturned, and it looked like a struggle had occurred. My heart skipped a beat as I cautiously called out the manager's name. No answer. I finally found him in the back office. He was slumped over his desk, a deep wound on his head, and a dark pool of blood was spreading on the floor. But it wasn't just the scene that took my breath away. It was the scratch marks on the desk, 4 deep, parallel lines, just like the ones on my truck. I left the office as quickly as possible and called the police. After giving my statement, I got back in the truck, my hands still shaking, and headed out. I took one last look in the rearview mirror, and there he was again. The man was standing in the middle of the road, just like before, watching me leave. This time, I knew he wouldn't leave me alone. I hate driving at night. Most truckers I know love it. Less traffic, you make better time without getting stuck in jams, but not me. I've had my share of weird, creepy experiences on the road, and something about the darkness just feels wrong. Maybe it's because you can't see what's ahead of you or what's lurking in the shadows, at least not until it's too late. My name is Clyde Merrill, and I've been driving trucks for nearly 20 years. I've hauled everything from produce to heavy machinery. It's a tough job, but it pays the bills and gives me a chance to see parts of the country I'd never visit otherwise. Tonight, I was driving through the dense woods of northern Maine, a route that should have been simple, a straight shot through miles of pine forest and 2-lane roads that might see a few cars an hour. It felt like the end of the world, a stretch of road where the radio signal dies and the only company you have is a few deer or foxes darting across the road. I was supposed to deliver a load of lumber to a small sawmill in Caribou, but I'd left later than planned. That meant I had to drive through the night. I was about 2 hours from my destination, the road barely visible in the light of my headlights when I saw it. A massive shape lying across the road. At first, I thought it was a moose, which isn't uncommon in this area, but as I got closer, I realized it wasn't an animal. It was a man. He was lying on his back, one arm twisted at an unnatural angle, his legs sprawled out as if something much bigger had thrown him there. I slammed on the brakes. The truck screeched to a halt a few feet from the body. My heart was pounding and I felt sick. The man looked like he had been through hell. His clothes were torn, his skin pale, and there was blood, a lot of it, pooling around his head. I jumped out of the cab, my boots crunching on the gravel as I ran toward him. My first thought was to check for a pulse, to see if he was still alive, but as soon as I got closer, I knew he was dead. His face was contorted, one eye swollen shut, his mouth open, a thin line of blood running from the corner of his mouth. What the hell happened here? I muttered, pulling my phone, trembling, from my pocket and dialing 911. No signal. I cursed under my breath, put the phone back, and looked around, trying to figure out what to do next. The road was deserted, the trees on both sides dense and menacing, like a wall of darkness closing in on me. No house, no gas station, nothing in sight. I hadn't seen another vehicle in over an hour. When I looked back at the body, I noticed the drag marks. They were faint but visible, a trail leading from the trees to the road, right to where the man lay. It was as if something had dragged him out of the woods and left him in the middle of the road. A shiver ran down my spine as I followed the marks with my eyes. They vanished into the darkness, swallowed by the trees, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was out there or someone. I took a deep breath to calm my nerves. There was a dead man on the road, and I couldn't call anyone. My truck couldn't get past as long as the body was in front of me, and there was no way I was moving him myself. I'd seen enough horror movies to know that's how you become the next dead man. So I did the only thing I could think of. I climbed back into the cab, locked the door, and grabbed my flashlight. If I couldn't make a call, maybe I could signal someone, another trucker, a cop, anyone. I turned on the flashlight, and it flickered briefly before emitting a weak beam. I held it out the window and waved it back and forth, hoping someone would see it. But as I sat there, staring into the darkness, I realized how utterly alone I was. There was no one, just me, the dead man, and whatever had dragged him out of the woods. The minutes dragged on, and my anxiety grew. The flashlight beam began to flicker and grow weaker. No, 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 I whispered before the battery finally died. I tossed the flashlight onto the passenger seat and rubbed my face. Then I heard it, a rustling coming from the trees. It was soft, like the wind moving through the branches, but enough to set me on edge. I stared into the darkness, trying to make out what was there, but all I could see were shadows. My pulse quickened, my head racing with thoughts. Maybe it was an animal, a deer or a raccoon, or maybe it was something else. The rustling grew louder, closer, and I knew I couldn't just sit here and wait for it to reach me. I had to get out of here, fast. I turned the key in the ignition. The engine roared to life, and the headlights illuminated the road. The body was still lying right in front of me. I hesitated, my foot hovering over the gas pedal. I didn't want to run over the man, but I also didn't want to find out what had killed him. Before I could decide, the rustling stopped. Everything went still. The only sound was the hum of the engine and the pounding of my own heart. I gripped the steering wheel, my knuckles white, waiting for something to happen. Then it did. A figure stepped out of the trees, slowly, with a stillness that made me shiver. It was a man, tall and broad-shouldered, in a dirty, torn jacket and jeans. His face was hidden in shadow, but I could see his hands were smeared with blood, the same blood that stained the body on the road. I stared at him, my mind racing. This man wasn't a random passerby. He had something to do with the dead man, and now he was walking straight toward me. I slammed the gas pedal. The truck shot forward, the engine roaring, but the man didn't move. He didn't even flinch as the truck sped toward him. At the last moment, I swerved to the right. The tires screeched as I swung around the body and the figure. I didn't look back to see if the man was still there. I couldn't. I didn't want to. I just kept driving, my heart pounding, the road blurring beneath me as I raced into the night. It felt like I'd been driving for hours before I saw the lights of a small diner on the side of the road. It was the first sign of civilization I'd seen in hours. I pulled into the parking lot, my hands trembling as I turned off the engine. I sat there for a moment, trying to catch my breath and figure out what to do next. I had to tell someone, but who would believe me? I reached for my phone, praying I had a signal this time. To my relief, it worked. I dialed 911, my heart pounding as the phone rang. The police listened to my report, the dead man on the road, the figure emerging from the trees. They assured me help was on the way, but I could sense the doubt in their voices. It wasn't long before a patrol car and an ambulance showed up at the diner parking lot. The officers listened to me nodding, but I could see they were skeptical. "Lead us back to where you saw the body," they finally said. reluctantly. I agreed. We drove back down the dark road, the patrol car close behind my truck. I kept my eyes on the trees, half expecting the figure to reappear, but there was nothing, just the endless road and the darkness surrounding us. When we reached the spot where I had seen the body, I slowed down and my heart sank. He was gone. The road was empty. No body, no drag marks, nothing. The officers looked at me, their faces full of confusion and distrust. "Are you sure this was the spot?" they asked. "Yes, I saw him. He was lying right here," I insisted. They asked me to get out and show them where I had been, but there was nothing, no bloodstains, no signs of a struggle. The officers searched the area with flashlights, looking into the trees, but they found nothing. After a while, they gave up the search. "Maybe you were mistaken," one of them said. "It's late, and the roads can be deceiving." They offered to drive me back to town, but I refused. I wasn't leaving my truck out here, not in this darkness. As the officers drove away, I stood alone on the side of the road for a moment, staring into the darkness, trying to make sense of it all. I knew what I had seen. It wasn't a mistake. It was real, but without proof, no one would believe me. I climbed back into the truck, my head filled with questions. Who was that man, and why had he taken the body? As I started the engine and drove back onto the road, I couldn't shake the feeling that I had touched something dark, something I shouldn't have seen. And whatever it was, I knew it was still out there. Trucking had always been in my family. My father did it, my grandfather did it, and now here I was, a third-generation trucker. Something about the open highway, the hum of the engine beneath me, the miles unfolding like a familiar path had always drawn me in. But if there's one thing I've learned in all my years behind the wheel, it's that no 2 days are the same. That's how it began, a routine haul down back roads most drivers would avoid, but I'm not most drivers. My truck, an old Peterbilt I called Betsy, had seen better days but was reliable. We were driving down a lonely road somewhere in northern Nevada, the middle of nowhere in this country, no cell service, no sign of life for miles, just the road, the mountains, and the endless desert stretching in every direction. It was just after midnight, the darkness pressing in on the cab like a suffocating blanket. The road had been empty for hours. The only light came from Betsy's headlights. Cutting through the gloom ahead, the radio, tuned to a classic rock station, crackled with static. I didn't mind it, the sound was comforting. My thoughts were on the delivery I had to make by dawn, machine parts for a mining town no one had ever heard of. Then I saw him. It was sudden. He was standing on the side of the road, a hitchhiker, I thought at first, tall, slender, dressed in jeans and a dark jacket, a baseball cap pulled low over his face. His thumb was out, and I could see his breath in the cool night air. It was a strange place to ask for a ride, but not the strangest thing I'd seen on these roads. I slowed Betsy down, considering whether to stop. Something was off about the guy. Maybe it was the way he stood there, too still, as if he were part of the landscape, or maybe it was the fact that he didn't seem surprised to see a truck on this usually dead quiet road. But then I thought, hell, maybe he's just a lost soul who needs to get somewhere, and I'm his only shot. I pulled Betsy over to the side of the road. The air brakes hissed like a rattlesnake. He didn't move at first, just stared at the truck. I leaned over and opened the passenger door. "Where you headed?" I called out. He stepped closer but said nothing. The cab light fell on his face as he climbed in, and that's when I noticed it. His face was thin, almost gaunt, as if he hadn't eaten in days. His skin was pale, not sickly, but as if he simply didn't belong under the brutal Nevada sun. But his eyes, damn, I didn't want to look into them. There was something in them, something cold and empty like an abyss. I shook the thought off, telling myself I was being paranoid. "Thanks," he mumbled, his voice deep and rough like he hadn't spoken for a long time. He settled into the passenger seat and closed the door. The sound echoed in the silence. He He didn't give a name. And I didn't ask. I put Betsy back in gear and drove off. For a while, we drove in silence. Only the hum of the engine and the sound of the tires on the road broke the stillness. I tried to make small talk, asking him where he was from and where he was going, but he said nothing. He just sat there, staring straight ahead, hands folded in his lap. The guy had an unsettling presence, something that made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. I couldn't quite put my finger on it, but something was profoundly wrong with him. I kept my eyes on the road, but I could feel his gaze as if he were studying me, waiting for something. After about an hour, I'd had enough. Up ahead was a small rest stop, a rundown old gas station with a flickering neon sign. I decided to drop him off there and keep going. "We're stopping here," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "You can get a ride from here." For the first time since he got in, he turned to me. His expression didn't change, but there was something in his eyes that made my stomach clench. "I don't think so," he said softly. That's when I'd had enough. I pulled Betsy into the rest stop parking lot. The tires crunched on the gravel. The place was deserted, not a soul in sight. "You're getting out now," I said, my voice sharper this time, reaching over to open the passenger door. But he didn't move. He just sat there, staring at me with those cold, dead eyes. Then he smiled, a slow, deliberate smile that sent a shiver down my spine. "You really think you can just drop me off?" he asked, his voice soft but menacing. His voice was gentle, almost a whisper, but the threat in it was unmistakable. My pulse quickened, and the feeling of unease turned into naked fear. This was bad, really bad. I had no idea who this guy was, but he was definitely not just a hitchhiker. "Listen," I said, my voice trembling slightly. "You get out now, or I'll make you." I reached under my seat, where I kept a lug wrench for emergencies, and pulled it out. I held it like a weapon, pointing it at him. "Out now." The man's smile widened, almost into a grin. He didn't even flinch, showed no fear. "Try it," he said quietly, his voice barely a whisper. I didn't hesitate. I swung the lug wrench at his shoulder with all my might. The impact was solid, and I expected him to wince, to cry out in pain, anything. But he didn't budge. Instead, he raised his hand, grabbed the lug wrench in mid-swing, and wrenched it from my grasp with impossible strength. My heart hammered in my chest as he slowly leaned toward me, his face inches from mine. "I don't think you understand," he said, his voice now a mere breath of steel. "You don't get to call the shots here." The surge of adrenaline was overwhelming. I ripped the driver's door open, leaped out, and landed hard on the gravel. The cold night air hit my face, but I didn't stop to catch my breath. I ran. Behind me, I heard the creak of the door as he got out of the truck. My footsteps echoed across the empty parking lot as I sprinted toward the gas station. My hand grabbed the door handle and I pulled. It was unlocked, thank God. I burst inside, slamming the door shut behind me. My breath was ragged, my chest heaving as I turned around to face him. But there was no one. The parking lot was empty. Betsy was still there, the door wide open, but he was gone, just vanished. My head raced as I tried to comprehend what had just happened. Where did he go? How could he disappear so easily? I crouched behind the counter, my heart pounding so loudly I thought it would give me away. Minutes passed, maybe hours. I had lost all sense of time. I waited, tense, ready for him to burst in at any second, but he never came. When I finally mustered the courage to look outside, the parking lot was still empty, no sign of him. I didn't want to go back to Betsy. Every instinct in me screamed to abandon the truck and run, but that wasn't possible. The delivery had to be made. My job, my reputation, everything depended on it. With trembling legs, I walked back to the cab. I climbed in, my eyes scanning every inch of the interior, looking for anything unusual. Everything was as I had left it. Everything except for one thing. On the passenger seat, right where he had been sitting, lay the lug wrench. It was bent, completely twisted, as if crushed by a machine. I never saw him again, and I never took that route again. Maybe it was a one-time fluke, or maybe I had encountered something, someone I was never meant to understand. All I know is that I'm a little more careful about who I pick up on the road these days. And that was the last time I ever let a hitchhiker into my truck. I'd been driving trucks for over 20 years, logging a lot of miles, spending many nights on deserted highways with nothing but static radio for company. My name is Byron Zeckler, and I'm not one of those guys with a tragic backstory or a romantic notion of the open road. I do it for the money and the freedom, plain and simple. I like the routine, the solitude, and the feeling of that big diesel rumbling beneath my feet. It keeps my head straight. So, I found myself on a forgotten road in the backwoods of Idaho, on my way to deliver a load of cement to a remote construction site. It was a route I'd driven a few times, but this stretch was different off the main highway, a shortcut, which the company figured was worth the risk of a few extra hours. The dispatcher, Jeb, had sent me this way before without issue, so I didn't think twice about it as I turned onto a lonely two-lane road with nothing but pine forests and mountains in every direction. The sun had already dipped behind the mountains when I came across the small town of Harlow Creek, a place I hadn't even noticed last time. It wasn't on any map I'd seen, just a few buildings scattered on either side of the road, a gas station, a diner, and maybe a few houses in the distance. It had that kind of silence that makes you wonder if people actually still live there. I thought about stopping at the diner for a coffee, but something about the place held me back. It was too quiet. Not a single car in sight, no lights in the windows, not even a glimmer of movement inside, just a faint, buzzing open neon sign against the darkened glass. I drove on, figuring I could make it through the next few hours without stopping. The road wound through dense forest, and soon I was deep in the wilderness with no sign of civilization around me. There was a strange tension in the air I couldn't shake, as if the trees were closing in, or maybe it was just the approaching night. I checked the clock on the dashboard, 8:42 p.m. At this pace, I'd make it to the destination by midnight and be back out for another run. Then I saw him. It was sudden. I came around a sharp curve, and there he was, standing right in the middle of the road. Facing me, I slammed on the brakes, and the truck groaned as it skidded to a stop just feet away from him. My heart was racing. I gripped the steering wheel so tightly it hurt. For a moment, I thought I'd hit him, but he just stood there, still as a statue, staring into the truck's headlights. I leaned out the window and yelled, "Hey, buddy, get out of the road." The man didn't move. He looked odd, even in the faint light. His clothes were torn and dirty. A mix of old jeans and a flannel shirt that might have been red once but was now darkened with grime or worse. His hair was long and greasy, hanging in unkempt strands over his face. But it wasn't just his appearance. There was something unnatural about the way he stood there, as if he didn't belong. I leaned back into the cab, grabbed my flashlight, and switched it on. The beam cut through the darkness and landed on his face. What I saw made me almost drop the light. His skin was pale, almost chalk white and scarred in places, as if someone had repeatedly cut at him with a knife. But that wasn't the worst of it. His face, it wasn't right. His features were mismatched, as if they had been crudely pieced together, giving him a monstrous patchwork visage that turned my stomach. I honked the horn, hoping to snap him out of his trance, but it didn't help. He just stayed there, staring at me or the truck, I couldn't tell. Something about his face felt familiar, but I couldn't place it. But it nagged at me as if I had seen him before or someone like him. The man took a slow step forward. "Get back," I yelled, my voice trembling despite myself. I didn't have a weapon on me. I'd never felt the need for one, but at that moment, sitting in the cab, I wished I had more than just a flashlight and a box cutter in the glove compartment. He kept walking, slow and deliberate, as if he had all the time in the world. I had the urge to put the truck in reverse, but my hands were frozen on the steering wheel. Something about the way he moved was hypnotic, unnatural. I couldn't catch my breath as he got closer, his misshapen face becoming clearer. Suddenly, he was at the driver's door. His hand shot up and slammed against the window with an uncanny stillness. His fingers left bloody prints on the glass. I could see now that his hands were wrapped in bandages, yellowed with old, improperly treated blood. I didn't think. I threw the truck into gear and slammed the gas pedal. The truck lurched forward. The tires screamed as they gripped the asphalt. I felt the impact of his body against the side of the truck, but I didn't care. I kept driving, adrenaline surging through my body like fire, my eyes fixed on the road. I couldn't stop looking in the mirror, expecting to see him running behind me like something from a nightmare, but there was nothing. Just the empty, winding road and the dark forest closing in on both sides. When I reached a small clearing where I could pull over, my hands were shaking so badly I could barely grip the wheel. I turned off the engine and just sat there in the silence, listening only to my own ragged breathing, waiting for my heart to slow down. I looked at my phone. No signal. Great. Stuck in the middle of nowhere. I sat there for a while, trying to compose myself, telling myself it was just a tramp or a crazy guy from Harlow Creek, but I couldn't shake the feeling that there was more to it. The way he looked, those scars, that face, it was like something out of a bad dream, and that nagging feeling of familiarity wouldn't let go. Finally, I decided to finish the rest of the drive, keeping an eye out for more trouble. Every shadow on the road seemed to move. Every movement in the trees set my nerves on edge. But there was nothing, no more mysterious men, no strange encounters, just the long, lonely stretch of road ahead. I finally reached the construction site shortly after midnight. The foreman, a guy named Travis, came out to meet me. He was a big, burly guy, always with a cigarette in his mouth. "Finally here, Byron," he grumbled. "What took you so long?" I didn't tell him about the guy on the road. What was I supposed to say? That a crazy, disfigured guy had stared me down in the middle of nowhere. Travis wouldn't have believed me, and honestly, I didn't know if I could believe it myself. I unloaded the cargo, signed the papers, and headed back out, but I didn't take the same route home. I took the long way along the main roads where the light of civilization felt a little less oppressive. That evening, after parking the truck and driving home in my old pickup, I passed a diner on the edge of town. It was different from the one I had seen before, but something about it caught my eye. A missing persons poster was taped to the door. I pulled over, more out of curiosity than anything else. The face on the poster was that of a man who had gone missing a few weeks ago. His name was Ed Baldwin, and in the picture he was smiling, with a neatly trimmed beard and short brown hair. My heart stopped as I saw the resemblance. It was him, the man I had seen on the road, but different, younger. I stood there for a while, staring at the poster, my mind racing. I wanted to call someone, the police maybe, but what was I going to say? That I had seen a dead man walking around, a man whose face looked like it had been ripped apart and sewn back together. I shook my head, got back in my truck, and drove away. Maybe my mind was playing tricks on me, or maybe there was more to it, something I didn't understand, but I'll never go back to Harlow Creek. I was 4 hours into a 14-hour haul from a small town in Ohio to a warehouse just outside Kansas City. It was a route I'd driven a dozen times. You get used to the long, flat stretches of road, the drone of the engine, the empty fields stretching for miles. I've been a trucker for 15 years, ever since my dad taught me how to drive just out of school. The job isn't glamorous, but it's honest and it puts food on the table. My name, by the way, is Corbin Lai, but most people just call me Corb. There's a lot of downtime on these runs, and you learn to occupy yourself. Sometimes I listen to podcasts, sometimes music, but tonight I had only my thoughts for company. The load was nothing special, boxes of auto parts heading west. I figured I'd stop at a truck stop in Colombia, grab a coffee, maybe chat with a few other drivers before pushing on. It was late afternoon when I hit the back roads. The GPS had routed me around a highway construction zone, taking me through a part of Missouri I'd never seen before. It was rural, real back country, corn and soybean fields, occasionally punctuated by dilapidated barns. The sky was overcast, threatening rain, and the whole place had that silence that makes you feel like you're the only person on earth. I was lost in thought, not paying much attention to anything in particular, when I noticed a skinny man on the side of the road. He was wearing a faded denim jacket, jeans that were too baggy for his slender frame, and boots that looked like they'd seen better days. His hair was long and stringy, and a beard covered most of his face. He didn't have a sign, didn't look like he was hitchhiking. He was just standing there, staring at me as I drove past. His eyes followed me in the side mirror. I'm not a paranoid guy, but something about him gave me the creeps. Maybe it was the way he looked at me, as if he knew something I didn't. I shook my head, telling myself it was just a long day playing tricks on me. About 20 minutes later, I saw him again. Same denim jacket, same baggy jeans, same boots. He was standing by a tree, arms crossed over his chest, watching the truck go by. I slammed on the brakes, skidding to a halt in the middle of the empty road. My heart was pounding. How the hell did he get ahead of me? I hadn't seen any side roads, no other cars, nothing. I threw the truck into reverse and backed up a bit, trying to get a better look at where he had been standing, but he was gone. Just like that, vanished. I sat there for a moment, listening only to the sound of my own breathing, trying to tell myself I wasn't going crazy. Maybe I'd imagined it. Maybe it was a trick of the light, but deep down I knew better. I kept driving, the unease settling in my stomach like a lead weight. I kept glancing in the mirrors, half expecting to see him again, but the road remained empty. Still, the feeling of being watched never went away. About an hour later, the rain started coming down in sheets and the road became slick. The light was fading, and the fields on either side of me were being swallowed by the darkness. That's when I noticed the headlights behind me. They appeared out of nowhere. One moment the road was empty. The next there was this glare, cutting through the rain. I couldn't make out the vehicle in the rearview mirror, just the blinding glow of the headlights rapidly approaching. I thought it was some idiot in a pickup trying to pass, so I moved over a bit to give him room, but he didn't pass. He stayed right on my bumper, tailgating me so closely I could feel the rumble of his engine through the truck. "What the hell?" I muttered, gripping the steering wheel tighter. I tapped the brakes, hoping to send him a message, but the lights just came closer, almost touching my rear end. My heart was racing now, my mind spinning. There was nowhere to pull over here, no shoulder, just a narrow road with ditches on both sides. Suddenly, the lights swerved, vanishing into the cornfield next to me. I could see the tall stalks in the rearview mirror bending and snapping as the vehicle tore through them like a predator hunting prey. Then the lights were gone, swallowed by the darkness. I floored the gas, driving faster than I probably should have on a road like that. I had no desire to sit around and see what that guy would do next. A few miles later, I saw a sign for a rest stop and pulled in there to get my bearings, calm my nerves, and figure out what the hell was going on. The rest stop was empty. Only one or two other trucks were in the lot. I parked next to one and shut off the engine, taking a deep breath to calm down. I got out of the cab and headed for the restroom, hoping to splash some water on my face and clear my head. The rain had eased up, but the ground was still wet, puddles reflecting the dim light of the building. As I reached the door, I looked back at my truck, and that's when I saw him again. The man in the denim jacket. He was standing on the edge of the parking lot, half hidden in the shadows, his head tilted to the side, and even though I couldn't make out his face in the faint light, I knew he was staring right at me. I don't scare easily, but this was different. This wasn't just a harmless tramp looking for a ride. This was something else, something I couldn't explain. I hurried inside and locked the door behind me, my hands trembling as I turned on the faucet. I stayed in the restroom longer than I needed to, splashing cold water on my face, trying to figure out what to do next. I wasn't going to let this guy get to me, but I wasn't going to confront him alone either. When I finally stepped back outside, the parking lot was empty. My truck was where I'd left it, untouched, and there was no sign of the man in the denim jacket. I walked back to my truck, checking the shadows for movement, but it was as if he'd never been there. I climbed into the cab and locked the doors, reaching for my phone to call the police, but as I dialed the number, I hesitated. What was I going to tell them? That a guy in a denim jacket had been following me, that he had somehow appeared on the road twice without explanation. I put the phone down. It was no use. They'd think I was crazy. I was about to start the engine when I saw it, a streak of blood on the side of my truck. It was fresh, glistening in the faint light of the rest stop. My stomach churned. I hadn't hit anything, I was sure of that. I jumped out of the cab, my boots splashing in a puddle as I went over to inspect it. The blood was thick, running down from a dent in the metal. My hands were shaking as I touched it, confirming it was real. And then I heard it, a faint knocking from the back inside the trailer. I spun around, my heart hammering in my ears. The trailer doors were closed, but I could see something, a shadow moving behind the doors. I grabbed the crowbar I kept in the tool compartment, gripping it tightly, and approached. I wrenched the doors open. The metal groaned in protest. Inside, boxes of auto parts were stacked just as I'd loaded them that morning. But there was something else. A body, crumpled between two boxes, blood pooling underneath it. It was the man in the denim jacket, his face contorted in a final, silent scream, his limbs twisted at unimaginable angles. I backed away, bile rising in my throat. I wasn't alone anymore. Another trucker had pulled up behind me, a big guy named Robbie, whom I'd met a few times on the road. "Hey, Corb," he called out. "What's up?" I pointed at the body, still speechless. Robbie's eyes widened as he stepped closer, and for a moment I thought I saw fear on his face. "Damn," he whispered. "We called the police. They arrived about an hour later, blue lights cutting through the darkness. They took our statements, asked questions I barely had answers for, and finally loaded the body onto a stretcher. The police didn't believe me at first, not until they saw the blood, the body, and the dent in my truck, but when they did, they had more questions than I could answer. All I knew was that the man in the denim jacket was real. His body was there, and I wasn't crazy. The sky was dark when I left the warehouse, my truck humming beneath me as I shifted gears and pulled onto Route 23. It was just another long haul, the kind of drive I've been making for 15 years. You'd think I'd be used to the silence of the open road by now, but tonight felt different. Maybe it was the thick, humid air that clung to everything, making it hard to breathe. Maybe it was the worn feeling in my bones, a reminder of all the miles I'd left behind. My name is Heath Catwell. I've spent the better part of my life driving trucks, crossing state lines, and living out of rest stops. It's a lonely job, but it pays the bills. I'm not complaining. There's a certain peace on the road you can't find anywhere else. But tonight I was on edge, though I didn't know why. The route took me through back roads in Indiana, a part of the state I rarely see, small towns that looked forgotten by time. Gas stations that hadn't seen a customer in years, the kind of places you drive through but never stop in unless you have no other choice. Around midnight, I started feeling the familiar ache in my lower back, a reminder that I wasn't 30 anymore. I needed to stretch. I saw a sign for a rest stop a few miles ahead and decided to pull in. It was one of those tiny rest areas, maybe a vending machine and a couple of restrooms, nothing more. I parked my truck and hopped out, stretching my arms over the cab. The place was dead quiet, not even a cricket chirping to break the monotony. I walked over to the vending machine, digging for change in my pocket when I heard it, a faint crunching of gravel behind me. I spun around, expecting another trucker to be pulling in, but there was nothing, just the empty lot save for my truck. I shook my head. Maybe the wind had kicked up some loose gravel. Or I'd imagined it. I threw the change into the machine, grabbed a bottle of water, and leaned against the side of the truck. I don't know how long I stood there, listening to the emptiness, but after a while I felt it again. This time it wasn't just a sound, it was a presence. You know that feeling when someone is watching you. The hairs on your neck stand up, your stomach clenches. That's what I had, and it was strong. I straightened up and scanned the shadows around the rest stop. A single street lamp flickered dimly, casting long, distorted shadows over the ground. My eyes landed on a figure standing right at the edge of the light, too far away to make out details. "Hey," I called out, but no answer. The person just stood there motionless. They were staring, or at least I thought they were. Something about them wasn't right, though. They were too still, like a mannequin placed there as a prank. I took a deliberate step closer, blinking to see better. The figure moved slightly, and I realized it was a man, tall, slender, dressed in what looked like old work clothes. Not a trucker, that was clear. Maybe a vagrant or someone just passing through, but it didn't feel right. Something about the way he stood there, as if waiting for something. "Need help or something?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. He didn't reply, just stood there, still as a stone. That's when I saw the gleam of something metallic in his hand. It caught the light for a moment, just enough to recognize it. A knife, not a pocket knife. This thing was long, maybe a foot, glinting in the faint light as if it had seen a lot of use. I backed away slowly, moving toward my truck, keeping him in sight. My heart was pounding. The instinct to flee screamed in me, but I didn't want to turn my back on him. I'd seen enough to know you never take your eyes off someone like that. When I reached the truck door, I ripped it open and jumped inside, slamming it shut behind me. The lock clicked and I felt a little safer, but my hands were shaking. I started the truck, and only then did I realize the man was gone, just like that. 1 minute he was there, the next he was gone. I cursed under my breath, scanning the parking lot for any sign of him. Nothing, just shadows. I drove off the rest stop, constantly checking my mirrors as I sped up. My head was racing, trying to figure out what had just happened. Had I imagined it? No. The knife was real, too real. The road stretched out before me, empty except for my headlights cutting through the dark space. I began to calm down, telling myself I had put enough distance between myself and the rest stop. That's when I saw him again. He was standing in the middle of the road, right in front of me. I slammed on the brakes. The tires screamed as the truck skidded to a stop. Just a few feet from him, he didn't flinch, didn't move, just stood there, the knife gleaming in his hand. His eyes, or whatever was in his face, stared at me through the windshield. I sat there, frozen, my hands clutching the steering wheel so tightly my knuckles were white. He began to walk slowly toward the truck, with a stillness as if he had all the time in the world. The distance between us closed inch by inch until he was right in front of the truck's hood. My heart hammered in my chest, adrenaline surging through my body as I tried to formulate a plan. Run him over, get out and confront him. Neither option seemed good, but sitting here wasn't an option anymore. I reached for my phone, my fingers trembling as I dialed 911. I kept my eyes on him, but something was odd. His shape seemed to be shifting, as if the outline of his body was blurring and warping. One moment he was tall and thin. The next he seemed bulkier, more menacing. My brain was struggling to keep up with what I was seeing. And then, just as suddenly as he had appeared, he was gone. One blink and the road ahead was empty. I let out the breath I hadn't realized I was holding. My body slumped against the seat. The dispatcher was still on the phone, asking if I was all right. I mumbled something, not quite sure what, and hung up. The road was empty again, but I didn't feel safe. I shifted back into gear and started driving slowly, constantly checking my mirrors. When the police finally arrived, I was already many miles away. They found nothing at the rest stop, and I didn't have much to report, just a vague description of the man with the knife. They believed me though, at least they didn't call me crazy. Damn, maybe this guy has been terrorizing drivers for years. I don't know what he wanted or why he chose me, but I haven't seen him since that night. That doesn't mean I don't still look over my shoulder all the time. Maybe someone will catch him someday. Hello, my name is Raoul, and the truth is, I don't know who else to tell what happened to me because no one seems to believe me. My family says it was just a strange dream that I've become obsessed with, but I don't believe that's the case. It all started years ago when I was a child and my parents bought a beautiful farm outside of Lexington, Kentucky. The farm was really lovely, had a very cozy atmosphere, and was surrounded by huge green fields where I could play all day. I was very excited to be there. My 3 siblings and I were looking forward to spending our summer vacations there, and we were not disappointed. You could enjoy nature without any problems, and if you got bored, there was internet. The phones and electricity always worked. It was like having the best of both worlds, the comfort of the city and the beauty and tranquility of country life. Plus, we quickly made friends with the neighborhood kids. The days there were pure joy, and we spent hours exploring every corner of the house and playing in the pastures. But little by little, I began to notice strange things. They were small details that the adults didn't seem to see, but my curious child's eyes recognized them. Once, I was in the house's basement, which my parents had converted into a game room, playing field hockey with some other kids from a nearby farm. Suddenly, we heard voices. They sounded like whispers, like people talking very quietly to each other. At first, we thought it was my siblings playing a trick on us, so we decided to ignore it so they would get bored. But no matter how much we pretended nothing was happening, the whispering didn't stop until it eventually became so creepy that we left the basement and played frisbee in the backyard. Another time, it was raining and I couldn't go outside, so I was assembling a dinosaur model. Suddenly, someone was knocking very persistently on my bedroom door. Thinking it was my parents or one of my siblings, I told them to come in, but the knocking didn't stop. This happened 3 times before I got tired, got up, and opened the door. I remember seeing the shadow of feet on the other side, but when I opened the door, no one was there, not even in the hallway. That was strange enough, but then something even scarier happened. My model flew across the room by itself and crashed against the wall right next to my head. This time, I was so terrified that I ran to my parents, but even though they comforted me and listened to my story, they said it was just my imagination and that the house was a safe and cozy place. But I felt like there was something else, something hiding in the shadows, patiently waiting to attack me. I could feel it. Another time. I remember my siblings and I had worked for hours on what we called the perfect fort. We had used all the cushions from the living room and the blankets from our bedrooms to build an impregnable war fortress, at least in our view. It looked really impressive, and we decided to sleep in it that night. We planned to make popcorn and ice cream in the kitchen to watch movies until we fell asleep. Since I was the youngest, it was my job to bring the items from the kitchen to the fort. But just as I was about to lift the blanket to go inside, I heard a strange whispering that I couldn't understand. It was coming from inside the fort. I was sure it couldn't be any of my brothers, as I had just seen them in the kitchen, and there was only one exit through which I would have seen them leave. I put the 2 bowls of popcorn on the sofa and called out to my brothers, but all I heard were more eerie whispers. I thought maybe one of them had a tablet playing a horror video, and I felt a little silly for being so scared. With a little more confidence, I lifted the blanket, but I don't know how to explain it. Inside, it was as dark as a cave. Forts are usually a bit dark, but when the light is on, the blankets can't block it out completely. But in this case, it was different, as if something inside was swallowing the light. Furthermore, it was strangely cold, much colder than outside. There I stood, facing a fort as dark as a cave and just as cold. Nothing was visible, as if it were a black hole. I was about to call my brothers to show them, but before I could, the fort suddenly collapsed out of nowhere, as if a bomb had exploded inside. The sofas and blankets flew everywhere, the popcorn made a huge mess, and the TV shook so violently that I thought it would fall over. I was completely shocked, trembling with fear and utterly confused. My siblings were incredibly angry with me, thinking I had done it on purpose to annoy them, but of course I hadn't. Although I tried 1,000 times to explain what had happened, they didn't believe me. In the end, everything was ruined and we went to sleep. Such things happened to me every time we went to that farm, but the strangest and most frightening thing for me was that no one else in my family experienced such things. It seemed as if whatever was in that house had fixated on me, as if it were focused on bothering me and ruining my summer vacations. Over time, my visits to the farm became less frequent. As I grew older and had more responsibilities, as well as the general course of life, I was able to stay away from this disturbing place. The mere memory of it made my hair stand on end, but because no one had ever believed me. The day came when my parents decided I had to spend a few days of my vacation there. Initially, everything seemed normal, so much so that I began to think that perhaps everything I had experienced as a child was just my imagination. For a moment, I thought my childish mind had exaggerated things, and maybe nothing unusual had happened in that house. But this calm only lasted until the first night. We had arrived in the morning and had a completely normal day of horseback riding and outdoor activities. But that night, as I was getting ready for bed, I felt a strange tension in my room. I looked at the door and saw it was open, even though I was sure I had closed it. The hallway seemed darker than usual, and a painting on the wall seemed to be staring at me. I tried to calm myself, telling myself it was just my imagination, a remnant of the nightmare from my childhood. So I got back into bed, closed my eyes, and tried to relax. But the feeling of unease just wouldn't go away. Suddenly, I felt the temperature in the room drop as if I were in a freezer. My skin prickled and a shiver ran down my spine. Then I felt something ice cold on my chin, and at that moment I froze and opened my eyes. It was very dark, but in the midst of that darkness, I discerned a shadowy figure hovering directly above me. To my horror, I couldn't make out its face. It was just a dark, human-shaped shadow that sent a wave of pure terror through my bones. I wanted to scream, but no sound came from my throat. My voice was stuck. I wanted to move, but my body was paralyzed, completely immobile. It was as if this being had completely immobilized me, and no matter how hard I tried to scream or move away, my body wouldn't react. The figure began to move, coming closer to my face, and its icy breath grazed my skin. I was still unable to move. Then I felt it lean toward my ear, and I heard a hoarse whisper that will remain in my memory forever. "I'll come back for you someday." At that moment, my panic reached a level I cannot even describe. I have never felt such fear in my entire life. Desperate and completely terrified, I tried one last time to move or scream, and after a few seconds, I managed to let out a faint cry, but it sounded more like a moan, and my movements were spastic rather than controlled. I lay trembling on my bed, my heart beating so fast I thought it would jump out of my chest. Then I heard a faint, malevolent laugh, and the next moment the figure vanished. At the same instant, the room brightened again, and the heavy burden that had just been pressing down on my body suddenly lifted. A few minutes passed before I regained control of my body. I can hardly describe the extent of my fear. My legs were shaking, my breathing was shallow and irregular, and I lay motionless in bed, trying to process what had just happened. A flood of questions ran through my mind. Who was this terrifying figure that had managed to enter my dream and deliver such a threatening message? Why had it chosen me? What did it want from me? I couldn't sleep a wink that night. Instead, I sat in the living room and stayed there until dawn, praying that this being wouldn't reappear. The next morning, I told my parents that I didn't want to stay on the farm any longer. Although I tried to explain to them what had happened, they just said I was too old to be making up such stories. So I didn't insist further because I knew they would never understand. Instead, I made up an excuse. I claimed I had an important college project that I needed to complete in the city. I drove back that same day and spent the rest of my vacation at our city house. Since then, I've decided never to return to that cursed place, and to this day, I have kept my word. However, this year, my parents decided to take one of my nephews to the farm for the holidays. They had to return earlier than planned because the boy kept talking about a shadow man following him everywhere. My parents and siblings blame me, claiming I told the little boy stories, but I didn't. I barely exchanged more than a few greetings or short games with him. Besides, he's only 4 years old. I would never scare him with something like that. But I don't think my family will ever believe me. Honestly, I don't care anymore. I don't want to know what this thing is or why it seems so obsessed with me, and now with my nephew too. All I want is for someone to believe me. That would make me feel a little less alone. Unfortunately, I won't find such support in my family. Therefore, I have no choice but to continue staying away from that cursed farm. When I was a little girl, I lived on a farm with my grandmother, Irma, who had the strange habit of constantly saying proverbs. One of them remained in my memory forever. Whenever something was very old, she would say it was older than Uncle Fernando's soul. Once, I asked her about a painting hanging in the living room that showed some green hills and a small yellow house in the middle with colorful flowers. At that moment, my grandmother replied that this painting was older than Uncle Fernando's soul. I found it very funny at the time. It was a cute way to say that something had a lot of history, but over time, I started to wonder who this Uncle Fernando actually was. One day, I went to my mother and asked her to tell me about him. She smiled and suggested that I ask my grandmother to tell me the story of Fernando's soul, as she knew it much better. I was only 8 years old and loved listening to my grandmother's stories. I was especially excited about this one. That afternoon, I ran from the kitchen where my mother was and rushed into my grandmother's room. As soon as I opened the door, I said, "Grandma, tell me the story of Uncle Fernando's soul." She was a little surprised because I burst in and caught her off guard, but then she smiled and motioned for me to sit beside her. My grandmother began to tell me that Uncle Fernando was actually her younger brother. According to her, he was born with his eyes already open, was hairy, and almost never cried. When he was hungry, he moved his arms and mouth as if trying to speak to his mother, but he didn't make a sound. Initially, the family found these things funny. They saw it as part of his personality. But as he got older, everyone noticed that Fernando exhibited quite strange behavior for his age. She remembered a moment when he was about 4 years old and she was 9. They were in the living room, and suddenly he stared out the window very seriously, as if looking at the sky. She recalled that it was raining that day, and while she was trying to figure out what her brother was looking at so intently, Fernando suddenly said that his soul was completely different from theirs because he had an old soul. My grandmother was speechless for a moment and then burst into laughter, thinking it was a joke from him. But he looked at her with a seriousness that surprised her and asked her to stop laughing. But she continued to laugh until she realized that despite her laughter, he remained very serious. So she stopped, and to her surprise, Fernando smiled at her and said that her soul was not yet ready to understand what he meant. A few days later, Fernando told his siblings what he had said, and everyone started to distance themselves from him because it was strange and uncomfortable for them to hear such a young boy talk like that. But my grandmother felt a special affection for Fernando and decided to ignore the others' comments and pay serious attention to what the boy was saying. One evening during dinner, he went to his mother and told her with tears in his eyes that he wanted to go home. Of course, she was confused and replied that they were already home, but the boy insisted, mentioning that he wanted to return to another house even if she wasn't there. Since they were used to Fernando's strange remarks, his mother decided to ask him more about this house he had in mind. So he began to describe it. It had 2 floors and 3 rooms with wooden frames on the windows. The walls were made of red bricks and covered with small green vines. He also mentioned that the roof was made of wood, that there were roses at the entrance that filled the house with fragrance upon entering, and that when it rained a lot, water laked through the kitchen ceiling. His mother was shocked by this detailed description because they had never visited such a place. She tried to explain to her son that she couldn't know this house because they had always lived in this old farmhouse where they currently were. But at that moment, Fernando said that she hadn't lived in this time, that he had been there before everything was flooded and the earth had taken him back. This confused her even more. She didn't understand what her son was talking about, and in the end, she just smiled, patted his head a few times, and told him he had a great imagination. My grandmother said she was fascinated by Fernando's description of the house, but the rest of his siblings were scared every time he mentioned the place again. When Fernando was almost 7 years old, my grandmother noticed something in the newspaper that caught her attention. Her father bought it on Sundays because they didn't have a TV on the farm, and on one of the pages, there was a note about a ghost town, a place near the sea that had been flooded many years ago. It said that no one had lived there for more than 30 years, and that the houses were being rebuilt to turn it into a tourist destination. The report was detailed and included several photos of the houses that had been part of the town before the flood that destroyed the place. As she looked at the pictures, one of them particularly caught my grandmother's eye. It was a house that perfectly matched her brother's description: brick walls, a wooden roof, roses at the entrance, and vines climbing the walls. If it wasn't the same, it looked far too similar to the house Fernando was talking about. So she ran to show him the picture, but when he saw it, he said he wasn't entirely sure. He didn't seem to remember what he had said years earlier, although he was impressed that his sister had remembered his description so accurately. She urged her parents to visit this place, believing that, even though he couldn't remember it precisely, he had lived there in a previous life, and for some strange reason, had memories of that past existence. Of course, that sounded crazy to his parents. My grandmother said that her father punished her that day harder than ever before, and never again afterward. Her father was a man of deep Christian faith, and what she was saying sounded like blasphemy to him. After this incident, my grandmother and Fernando decided not to talk about these topics in front of the family anymore. And the truth was that it wasn't a big problem because over time their older siblings moved out. Some went to the city, others started their own families. Since my grandmother and Fernando were the youngest, they were the last to leave the house. Over time, he seemed to have forgotten everything he had told as a child. Fernando was always a quiet person. He liked to spend time alone in nature, and sometimes he would go into the forest at night and not return until the next day. He said he slept wherever the night surprised him, and he was always kind to everyone who knew him. However, my grandmother still clearly remembered the stories he had told her as a child, and so she always reminded him that he had an old soul. When she had her first child, she immediately said that some things were older than Fernando's soul. And this phrase quickly became one of her typical sayings. However, I had never met Uncle Fernando, so I asked my grandmother what had become of him. With a sad expression, she told me that once, when my mother was still a little girl, he said they had to say goodbye. She didn't quite understand what was going on at the time, but he insisted that he had to leave and couldn't return, even though he knew they would meet again in another place. From that day on, she never saw her brother again. He had gone into the mountains and never returned. My grandmother always told my mother about him, and later, when I was born, she shared the whole story with me too. The truth is, I didn't think much about Uncle Fernando until a few years ago when my grandmother became ill. They say that when older people are about to leave this world, they begin to release their minds piece by piece. It's as if they sense they have to say goodbye and start seeing things we can't perceive, and that's exactly what happened with my grandmother. 3 years ago, her health deteriorated, and she spent more time in bed. During this phase, she began to say that her time here would soon be over. We were very sad to hear this, but there was something reassuring, almost comforting in her tone. One night, I couldn't sleep because my throat was dry. So I decided to get up and go to the kitchen to get a glass of water. I didn't turn on any lights because I didn't want to disturb anyone. While I was in the kitchen, I thought I heard my grandmother's voice, so I slowly approached her room, whose door she always left slightly ajar. I peeked in and saw her looking at a chair next to her bed and smiling. She seemed to be talking to someone, but I couldn't understand what she was saying. It was just whispers. I strained to see better, and in the light filtering through the window, I could swear that something or someone was sitting on that chair. It wasn't a shadow, but a violet, glowing silhouette that emitted light and seemed to hover. At that moment, I held my breath. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. Then the lamp suddenly turned on and the silhouette disappeared. I quickly turned around to look at my grandmother. She had turned on the light of her bedside lamp. She called out to me and asked if I had been there long. I didn't know how to answer her, but I noticed she had tears in her eyes, so I told her what I had seen. She smiled and said that her brother had visited her. It was the second time in a few days that he had visited her. I asked her which brother she was talking about, even though I already knew the answer. She didn't say anything more, but she looked calm and almost happy. She told me that Fernando was waiting for her and that it would soon be time to see him again. That night, I cried with my grandmother because I knew what her words meant, so I slept next to her, hugging her tightly to prevent her from going anywhere, but at dawn she was already gone. I woke up, still embracing her fragile body, but soon realized that her soul was no longer there. She had left with Uncle Fernando. This experience spans from my mother's childhood to my early teenage years. I have always been deeply interested in the paranormal, as far back as I can remember. This is because my earliest memories are marked by the paranormal. I spent most of my childhood on a 100-year-old family farm in a rural area in southwest Georgia. This farm belonged to my maternal grandmother's family. We lived in a 3-room trailer right off the road that ran through the farm. About 30 minutes further was my grandfather's family farm, where my mother grew up. I'll start with my earliest memories. I can't say exactly when it began or how, but it was always after my parents had put me to bed and left the room. I would be lying in a standard bed, looking at the door. I always slept with the door open and the closet and hallway lights on. I wouldn't let them go until the lights were on because I knew what was coming. I could never bring myself to ask them to close the door, and I don't think I'll ever know exactly why. As soon as they left, I would close my eyes, open them again, and I would be paralyzed. I would stare down the hall at the bathroom door. As soon as I blinked, I would see the first strange resident of the hall playing its tricks, a shadow man, or as most know him, the Hat Man. He was about 6'3" tall, wore a large hat like Abraham Lincoln's but a little shorter, and a long trench coat. I could never make out any real facial features. He was just a silhouette. He would appear and walk down the hall toward my brother's room, and that was it. We'll come back to this guy later because he plays a more important role, so remember his name, Thomas. I would blink, and the next apparition would appear. This one still makes my heart pound with fear today. I tried to tell myself it was a protector. My young brain even thought it might be a weird-looking angel. I couldn't imagine any other positive reason why it should just stand in my doorway and stare at me for God knows how long. Believe me, I always tried to find something positive about it. It wasn't human, even though it stood like one. It had the face and features of a dingo or dog, maybe even a deer. Its body was covered in short, light brown fur. It had long arms that hung down to its hips, and its paws looked like hands but were still paw-like with claws. It also had very long legs, small, black, glittering eyes, and a long snout with one small, sharp tooth on each side. The large, pointed ears were only a few inches from the doorframe. It had a large, shiny black nose, and I don't know if I imagined it, but a luminous white aura seemed to hover around its head. It just stood there, staring at me seemingly forever, with no expression or emotion whatsoever, just those black, almond-shaped eyes. All I could do was stare back, unable to move and just waiting in fear. Finally, I would blink and it was gone. For years, I wondered what it could have been. When I was younger, I pursued the idea that it was a Native American spirit. We occasionally found arrowheads on the farm, so I knew Native Americans had been there once. Later, I thought maybe it was a totem animal standing guard. Later, I even came up with the idea that it might be Anubis himself, but as far as I know, I have no connection to Egyptian culture or heritage. To this day, I have never seen a picture or description of anything similar to it. The next apparition I remember was nothing more than the silhouette of a gorilla scurrying down the hall. Simple and crazy, I know. I started seeing it after picking up a small elephant statue that lay under one of the old, long-destroyed servant houses. On the bottom, it simply said, "Made in Asia." I think I still have it somewhere at home. The gorilla didn't scare me too much, at least not until I had a dream one night, or maybe it was a nightmare. I'm sure in this dream the silhouettes multiplied, but this time they had glowing red eyes. They chased me all over the house, and it ended with Thomas, now armed with a sword, cutting them to pieces and protecting me. I was in a panic until he showed up, and that was it. In retrospect, it seems a little silly, but it only confirmed my and my mother's view of Thomas. Those were the only apparitions I remember. It all stopped around the time I turned 6. I finally told my mother about it, and she encouraged me to tell my teacher. I don't know why, but not long after that, it stopped completely. However, bedtime was still a nightmare after all that. I constantly had nightmares and was terribly afraid of any movement or of someone going outside at night. The hallway light always stayed on in case the visitors came back. I wanted to be able to see them and know where they were. Later, my mother told me her own story. This is where we come back to Thomas. I wasn't the first to see him. She told me that she had seen him when she was a child, in a similar way to me. One day he came to her in a dream. He told her his name was Thomas and that he was a friend. After that, he left through the window. She didn't see him again during her teenage and adult years, at least not until she had me. When I was a baby, she would sometimes hold me, and I would giggle and babble at something behind her. Then the lights would start to flicker. Occasionally, she would see Thomas out of the corner of her eye. My paternal grandmother also observed me talking to something in the corner of her house. This was on a completely different property that had its own ghost stories. My friend, who had never experienced anything of the sort before, saw a shadow man standing at the foot of the bed last summer when we stayed there. My mother and I have always wondered where he might have come from. We thought maybe he came from a table she had in her old house that we put away when I was about 6. Or perhaps he came from the old family cemetery that lies just down the dusty road in the woods. This cemetery always felt like a safe place, but I always felt like something evil was watching me from the woods there. I never stayed outside very long at night and never opened the blinds at night for fear that something might be staring back. My mother and I agreed that Thomas was probably some kind of protector. After that, I didn't really see Thomas anymore. Occasionally, I would see a shadow out of the corner of my eye, and sometimes I would hear someone call my name, only to turn around and find no one there. I didn't have another encounter with him until much later. I had made the mistake of putting a mirror in my closet. If you don't know, it is said that a mirror in a closet can open a portal and let things in. That's when I started seeing a puddle on my bedroom ceiling. My brother saw a girl who looked exactly like me walk past his room while I was downstairs. My stepfather also saw Thomas. He described the exact silhouette I knew, including the shorter top hat, a detail I usually don't mention when telling the story, and the way he held himself when he walked. I haven't had any encounters with any of my childhood ghosts since my mother cleaned the apartment. But now I'm just waiting to see if they might reappear someday when I have my own daughter. I will pass on my story along with my mother's to her, but maybe nothing will happen at all. Perhaps it all has to do only with these old properties. Everyone from rural South Georgia will tell you how haunted many of the areas there are. Between these Civil War towns and the old farms like mine, there are countless old stories. I lived about 30 minutes to an hour away from Andersonville, the old prison camp for Union soldiers. There were many reports of sightings of dead soldiers there. Now I am stationed far, far away from there in California. I still own the property where I grew up. Neither of my parents wanted to stay there after they got divorced and my grandfather died. He left it to me and my brother. It is now overgrown and unused. I still visit it when I'm on leave. But you won't catch me there alone at night. Many people have told me that it was all just sleep paralysis, but that doesn't explain my mother's experiences or the other encounters I had. I simply cannot be satisfied with that explanation. Today, because of all these experiences, I have a great interest and deep respect for the paranormal. I grew up on a cattle farm in rural Oklahoma, about an hour from Tulsa. It was just me, my parents, and my older sister, Jenny. Our nearest neighbors lived about a mile down the road, and the nearest town was a good half-hour away. It was the kind of place where you could walk for hours without seeing another soul. Don't get me wrong, it was a good childhood in many ways. Plenty of room to run around and always work to do on the farm. But there was a certain loneliness, plenty of time for the imagination of a country boy. At least, that's what I told myself to explain all the things I saw and experienced. It started when I was about 7 years old. I remember it because it was right after my birthday. I had gotten a new telescope and was completely obsessed with stargazing. One night, I was standing in the field behind our house, looking at the sky, when I saw something strange. It wasn't a star, nor was it a plane. It was a light that moved in an impossible way, zigzagging across the sky, stopping on a dime, and then disappearing in another direction. I called my father, but by the time he got to me, it was gone. He patted my head and said it was probably a satellite, but even then I knew that couldn't be right. Satellites just don't move like that. That was just the beginning. Over the next few years, strange things kept happening. At first, just minor things that were easy to dismiss or explain away, like the time I found weird tracks in the mud near the pond. They had 3 toes, almost like a bird's, but bigger and deeper. My father said it must have been a heron, but I had seen herons before, and these tracks were different. Then there were the noises. Sometimes I would wake up at night and hear a deep, low humming sound. It wasn't loud, more like a vibration you could feel in your chest. I asked Jenny if she heard or felt it too, and she said yes, but our parents never seemed to notice it. The really strange things always happened when I was alone. I remember one afternoon when I was about 9. I was out checking the fence, something I often did to help my father. It was a hot day, the sun was blazing, not a cloud in the sky. I was walking along the edge of the property where our land bordered the woods when suddenly, everything went silent. No birds, no insects, nothing. The air felt heavy, like just before a thunderstorm. That's when I saw it, just for a second, mind you, in the shadows between the trees. It was tall, maybe 7 feet high and thin. Its skin looked rough, almost scaly, and its eyes were huge and black like a beetle's. I blinked and it was gone. The sounds of the farm came rushing back at once. The crickets chirped frantically, the birds called to each other, and I could even hear the distant lowing of the cattle. I ran all the way back to the house, but this time I didn't tell my father or anyone else. They hadn't believed me then, and they wouldn't believe me now. Another time, when I was 10, I was in the barn late at night, helping my father with the birth of a calf. My father had gone back to the house to get a few more things, leaving me alone to watch. I was sitting on a hay bale, trying not to fall asleep, when I heard a scratching sound from the hayloft above me. I looked up, and there was a face peering out between the slats. It wasn't human. The head was too large, too angular, and the eyes were the same black, shiny ones as in the woods that time. I could also see a clawed hand gripping one of the boards. I must have made some noise because my father came rushing into the barn, but by the time he got there, whatever I had seen was gone. My father ran up the ladder to the hayloft to check, but he found nothing. No traces, not even footprints in the dust. These incidents continued over the years. Sometimes it was just a feeling, the certainty that something was watching me, just outside my field of vision. Other times it was more concrete, strange lights in the sky moving in ways that planes and helicopters simply can't, or odd scorch marks in the fields that seem to appear overnight. One of the most vivid memories I have is from when I was 11 years old. I had gone fishing in our pond, about half a mile from the house. I must have fallen asleep in the warm afternoon sun because the next thing I knew it was already dusk. As I was packing my things, I saw ripples on the surface of the pond. Something was moving under the water, and whatever it was big. I thought it might be a snapping turtle. We had some real monsters in that pond. But then, it surfaced for a brief moment. It wasn't a turtle. It was nothing I had ever seen before. Its skin was just as scaly as the thing I had seen in the woods. It had a long neck and those eyes, those terrifying black, shiny eyes. I dropped everything I was holding and ran. When I finally made it back to the house, my mother was frantic. Apparently, I had been gone much longer than I thought. It seemed to me as if I had only been at the pond for about 2 hours. But according to my family, I had been gone since the morning, almost 8 hours. The strangest thing was that I had a small, perfectly round mark on my neck that hadn't been there before. It wasn't a cut or a bruise. It was more like a slightly raised scar. After a few weeks, it disappeared again, but sometimes when I'm alone and it's quiet, I swear I can still feel it. As I got older, I started doing research to understand all these experiences. I read about UFO sightings and alien encounters. Some of these reports matched my experiences frighteningly well. Did you know that people have been reporting reptilian-like beings for decades, and the time lost at the pond? That's a classic symptom of alien abduction. But you know what? I'm not saying I was abducted by aliens. I'm not even saying I believe in aliens, not really. All I know is that for a few years in my childhood, the world felt stranger and scarier than it should have been. The experiences subsided as I got older. By the time I was in high school, they stopped completely. I was relieved, partly at least. But another part of me, and this sounds crazy, another part missed it. As terrifying as it was also fascinating. It made the world, or rather the universe, seem bigger and more mysterious. Then again, maybe it was just my overactive imagination combined with the loneliness on the farm. Who knows? Maybe I had some undiagnosed illness that caused hallucinations. Damn, maybe there was even a gas leak somewhere in the ground, but I don't think that's true. I am now 35 years old, have my own family, and live in the suburbs of Tulsa, about an hour from my parents' farm. I have a normal job and a normal life. Sometimes, especially when I visit my parents, all the old feelings come back. Last summer, I took my own children to the farm for a week. One night, my 8-year-old son ran into the house, his eyes wide with excitement. He said he saw lights dancing in the sky, moving in a strange way. My heart almost stopped. I went outside with him, but of course, there was nothing left to see, just the stars and the blinking lights of distant airplanes. I pointed at the planes and told him that was probably all it was. But immediately, I was overcome with a bad conscience. It was as if I was the biggest hypocrite. Wasn't I doing exactly what my parents had done to me back then? Just dismiss something because it doesn't fit into our ordered worldview. That night, after the children had fallen asleep, I walked out to the old pond. I stood there in the dark, listening to the chorus of frogs and crickets. For a moment, I felt like the scared, confused child I once was again. I don't know what I expected. Maybe I had gone back there looking for a sign, any confirmation that my memories were real, but there was nothing. Nothing was waiting for me, just a quiet night. But as I turned to go back, I suddenly felt a tingling on the back of my neck. It was that familiar feeling of being watched. My heart started beating faster. I turned around quickly and looked at the pond, and I swear I saw a single ripple on the water's surface. I immediately ran back to the house. I locked the doors, checked on the children, and tried to convince myself that it was nothing. But I wouldn't be honest if I said I slept well that night. I just couldn't shake the feeling that maybe something was out there that still remembered me. I was staying overnight at one of my cousin's houses. I'll call him Charlie, along with all my other cousins. I should clarify that we aren't biologically related, but we were very close, just like our parents. It just felt like we were a real family. We were divided into boys and girls, 11 of us in total, 6 boys and 5 girls. Yeah, I don't know how our parents managed that. Luckily, we were on a farm with a few acres of land around the house. The boys took the sunroom at the front of the house, while us girls got the playroom at the back of the house. The boys had the sunroom because it was bigger, and they were the majority. The playroom where we slept had a door that led out into the garden, where we played games, swung on the swings, and jumped on the trampoline. We spent hours out there. Beyond the 300-meter strip that we called our garden was a small patch of dense forest. On the other side of that was Charlie's neighbor's house. Charlie's neighbor was a strange old man, estimated to be in his late 40s or early 50s. He was always randomly in the woods between the two houses whenever we kids were outside playing on the trampoline or in the garden near the woods. The worst part was that he always talked to us, especially the younger girls. He would say things like, "Hello, ladies, is your father home? And do you want to come over to my place? I baked some cookies you could try." Every time we just replied no and went back inside. Charlie's mother and father had told us not to listen to him. If he came onto our property, we should go get one of the adults. Charlie's father had warned him a few times, and once he even came out armed because the man had become aggressive. Charlie's mother said we could also go to her if he tried anything, but we all knew she was just as scared as we were. He constantly harassed her, especially when she was outside hanging laundry or feeding the dogs. In the evenings, it got even worse for her. Things like, "Is your husband home? When was the last time you were satisfied? Why don't you come over to my house later?" She would reply softly every time and just go inside like we did. Another time, when we were all staying over at Charlie's, we saw his mother come in and call Charlie's father into the bedroom. Most of us kids tried to listen to what was happening on the other side of the door. We heard muffled whispering and crying. Charlie's father then left the house with a gun and went outside. It turned out that the creepy man had said something terrible to the mother, something we kids never found out. We only know that it had something to do with killing all of us except Charlie's mother, whom he wanted to kidnap to do God knows what with her. We tried to get the police involved, but they only gave him a verbal warning and said they couldn't do much because there was a lack of evidence. Now back to what I experienced myself. We were playing on the trampoline after a nerve-wracking session when we heard a rustling in the bushes. We all went silent. My little cousin clung to me. I asked what was that, hoping we would see a few deer or maybe a coyote. I used to live in Australia, so I was quite excited to see a normal American one. Charlie hissed at me to be quiet and said that it probably wasn't that. It was already dusk, and I was sugar high and surrounded by my cousins. As one of the oldest, I felt a little too brave. "Who's out there?" I yelled, my voice echoing in the air. No answer. "Come on, show yourself," shouted Gabe's, one of the boys who was the bravest of us. One of the girls loudly suggested that we go back inside and see after dinner. The other kids went inside, except for Charlie, Felix, one of the boys, Gabe's, and me. Like my father, I was very territorial and wanted to protect my cousins. We waited for a while, but nothing happened. No more rustling, nothing. The rest of us got bored, so we all went back into the house. Charlie and I were closest to the woods. I was talking to her when we both heard a voice quietly whisper, "Not quietly enough, Charlie." We both turned around, white as a sheet with fear. Then we heard a whistling, a slow, bird-like whistling. We ran into the house. We didn't tell Gabe's and Felix what we had heard. Later that night, we were back in our makeshift bedrooms. We 5 girls started watching a movie. I don't remember exactly what movie it was, but it was definitely one of those romantic teen movies. I don't want to sound like the edgy person, but I hate romances. I even felt a little uneasy in my stomach after the movie. If you like it, that's perfectly fine, you do you, but I didn't want to watch it. Instead, I just sat there and looked out the open window. I thought the neighbor might be looking for a lost dog in the woods or something, but I kept seeing flashes of light. By the end of the movie, most of the girls were asleep except for Charlie and me. We were talking about school, boys, and our problems with bullies when I suddenly saw the shadow of a man in the background near the trampoline. Charlie and I both immediately shot up. "Could that be your dad?" I asked. "No," she replied. "He's too short. Besides, you can hear my dad snoring." In the silent night, we could actually hear the faint sounds of the TV, occasional laughter from the boys, and her father's loud snoring. Then, through the open window, we heard it again, that whistling. Charlie and I thought that maybe one of the boys was trying to scare us, so we went to their room to tell them to stop. When we got there, all the boys were sitting in front of the TV, watching a soccer game. They looked at us in surprise when we came in, so we just turned around wordlessly and went back. When we got back to our room, we saw him, Charlie's creepy neighbor, standing at the window, making that terrible whistling sound. "Hello, ladies." He grinned while holding something in his hand that looked like a utility knife. He was trying to cut open the screen with the blade. Charlie screamed so loudly that I didn't think a human could even do that. Everyone in the room woke up. The boys stormed into our room, followed by Charlie's mother and father. Charlie's father ran outside to chase him, while her mother called the police. About 10 minutes later, Charlie's father came back. He had found duct tape, a rope, some kind of whip, and a lighter in the exact bush where we had heard the rustling earlier. God only knows what he had planned that night and with whom. The man was found, arrested, and eventually convicted, but I don't know how long he will stay in prison. Hopefully, for the rest of his life. I never want to see him again. I used to own and operate a dairy farm about an hour outside of Milwaukee. I ran it for almost 20 years before the economy took a downturn and I had to close it. Nowadays, I live in the city, working a pretty normal 9-to-5 job until it's time for retirement. But I can't say I particularly miss the farm, not after what happened. The incident occurred about 12 years ago. I had a small workforce that helped me run the operation, mostly local youths and a few long-time employees. But we needed someone to take care of the landscaping and keep everything looking tidy. You see, we sometimes had tours, school groups, and the like. Sometimes they were free, sometimes they paid, which was a little extra income and good for community relations. So I placed an ad in the local newspaper, and that's how I met a man named McAfee. He seemed nice at first, a quiet guy, maybe in his late 30s. He said he had recently moved to the area, had some gardening experience, and was willing to work for a decent wage. So I hired him. McAfee's main job was to keep the areas around the farmhouse and the tour routes clean, but he had a particular interest in the pond we had a little ways from the main house. He said he wanted to create a real attraction there, something that would excite visitors. I figured it couldn't hurt, so I let him go ahead. I remember one occasion when I went to see how he was progressing at the pond. He was planting new flowers, and I made some remark about how beautiful they looked. He turned to me with that strange smile and said, "Beauty is only skin deep, sir. It's what lies beneath that matters." That might not sound particularly strange by itself, but it was the way he said it. His eyes had that intense look, as if he wanted to tell me something without actually saying it. It gave me goosebumps. Another time, I overheard him talking to one of the students who worked part-time for us. McAfee was saying that plants grow better when they have something to feed on. He said he had a special fertilizer that he made himself. The way he talked about it, almost with enthusiasm, made my blood run cold. However, the incident that really stuck in my mind happened about 6 months after McAfee started working for us. I was walking past the equipment shed late one evening when I heard a noise from inside. At that time, all the other workers had gone home hours ago, so I was curious. I peeked in, and there was McAfee. He had one of our large hunting knives and was just staring at it while running his finger along the blade. He didn't notice me at first, and the expression on his face, I can't even properly describe it. It was like a mixture of fascination and hunger. When he finally looked up, he flinched as if he had been caught red-handed. He mumbled something about checking the tools and hurried past me. I stood there for at least 5 minutes after he left, trying to shake off the cold feeling that had come over me. After that, I started watching McAfee more closely. Nothing obvious, you understand. I didn't want to accuse him of doing something he hadn't done, but I kept an eye on him. I noticed that he sometimes came to work with scratches on his arms or dirt under his fingernails, even early in the morning. Once, I could have sworn I saw blood on his sleeve, but when I looked again, it was gone. About a year after I hired McAfee, he suddenly disappeared. He just didn't show up for work one day and didn't call. His phone was also turned off. I drove to the address he had given me when I hired him, but the person living there said they had never heard of McAfee. I was worried, of course, but also a little relieved. Something about McAfee had always made me nervous, and now he was gone. I thought that was the end of the story, but it wasn't, not by a long shot. It was almost exactly a year after McAfee disappeared that things got truly terrible. I was down by the pond, the one McAfee had spent so much time at. It had become quite overgrown since he left, and I hadn't hired anyone to take care of it. There was this one spot near the water that was growing like crazy. The plants there were enormous, much bigger than I would have expected, and the colors were just wrong, too vibrant, almost garish. I remembered what McAfee had said about his special fertilizer, and a shiver ran down my spine. I don't know what prompted me to dig. Curiosity, a grim hunch, whatever it was. I wish I had ignored it and let someone else do the digging, because what I found, I still have nightmares about it. About 1.5 feet under the ground, I hit something solid. At first, I thought it was a root or maybe an old piece of equipment buried there. But as I shoveled away more dirt, I realized I had hit a human skull. I'd like to say I kept my composure and immediately called the police, but honestly, I panicked. I stumbled backward, fell onto my and just sat there staring at the partially exposed skull for minutes. When I finally regained my composure, I called the sheriff. They came with a forensics team and started digging further. They found 2 bodies buried there, both women. The medical examiner estimated they had been there for about 2 years. The investigation that followed was a nightmare. Cops swarmed everywhere on my farm. Reporters sniffed around for a story. They questioned me, of course, but I think they quickly realized I wasn't involved. I told them about McAfee, gave them all the information I had about the guy, but it wasn't much. They never found him. From what the detectives told me, they believe he was responsible for at least 5 murders in 3 different states. Always the same procedure. Women in their 20s or 30s, buried in rural areas, often near bodies of water. They believe he traveled a lot, taking jobs on farms or in parks where he could work alone and have access to remote locations. The worst part, one of the detectives hinted that they had found traces of a chemical substance in the soil around the bodies. He wouldn't give me details, but from the look on his face, I could tell it was something sinister. All I could think of was McAfee talking about his special fertilizer and how well plants grew when they had something to feed on. As I said, the economy went into a downward spiral, and this situation didn't exactly help. I sold the farm and moved to the city. I just couldn't bear to be out there anymore, knowing what had happened, knowing that I had employed a murderer, that I had held perfectly normal conversations with him while God, I can't even imagine what was going through his head. I sometimes wonder, did he kill those people right there on my property, or did he just bring them there? I live in Central Texas, and my family and I own a farm. It's about 33 acres. I'm going to give a little background before I get to these 2 experiences. I've always had a pretty vivid imagination, especially when I was about 10 years old. I constantly saw things and had nightmares, which eventually sparked my interest in everything supernatural, aliens, ghosts, just everything. Nevertheless, I believe these experiences were real. In the winter of 2020, possibly 2019, we were doing our evening chores in the darkness, as the sun had set at 6 p.m., and we usually feed our animals around 7 p.m. Our back pasture is home to our horses and cows, to whom I was giving extra hay on this cold evening. As I pushed the wheelbarrow to the gate, I noticed something above the tree line in the back of our pasture. There's a small patch of woods where coyotes and other wildlife live. As I looked at this UFO, I noticed it looked like a flying saucer with lights all around it. I squinted to see it better, but at that moment, it disappeared behind the trees. It was as if it had seen me. I didn't realize back then how far the tree line actually was. I thought it was some fancy drone our rich neighbors had bought. I didn't think any more about it, finished my work, and went to bed. The next morning, while doing my chores, I noticed how far the trees really were. With wide eyes, I mumbled, "That thing was much bigger than I thought." After finishing my work, I went to my mother and little brother to tell them about it. They were confused but believed me. My brother even mentioned it later that evening when we were back with the animals. "Now I'm scared to go down there," he laughed. We never saw that flying saucer again. My second experience happened with my mother about a year later. We were going to check on the chicks and the rabbit hutch. We used our cell phone flashlights, and while we were refilling the food, both lights suddenly went out at the same time. We couldn't turn them back on. Confused, we let our eyes adjust to the dark and continued. The rabbit hutch is near the back pasture with the horses and cows. It used to be a shady shelter for the goats. But since there were enough trees and another small barn, we now used it for the rabbits. The night sky is beautiful in the country, so we looked up to see the stars. But the first thing I saw was a red light floating across the sky. "Oh, a plane," I said, pointing at the light. "Over there by the water tower," my mother asked, pointing in a completely different direction. I looked at her confusedly, but then noticed that there was another red light there. Oh, two planes, I thought, raising my eyebrows. Then I looked in yet another direction and saw a third red light. That's strange, 3 planes at the same time out here. I wondered. That's when I noticed they formed a huge triangle. Suddenly, my mother's flashlight turned back on. It startled me, but I didn't think much of it. We checked the rabbits and turned off the light. As we walked back to the house, my flashlight also turned back on. I turned it off to save battery and looked up. The 3 lights were gone. I swallowed, and we quickly hurried back to the house. I told my best friend about it, who is also very interested in such things. She texted me in all caps, aliens. I laughed and replied, possible, but I'm not sure. I wasn't lying back then, but now that I've found the Ecast podcasts, I've realized that other UFO sightings were very similar to my experiences. Did I actually see UFOs, or were they drones or planes? Who knows? I think I saw them. My mother thinks the same, and my friends believe it too. But if all these sightings are true, what are these things and what are they doing here? Are they just observing us? That was about a year ago, and it still bothers me today. Either way, it was an eerie and unforgettable experience. I'm not sure I want to experience something like that again. Four years ago, on the 4th of July, I spent a whole week at my grandma's house. It was just me, my grandma, and my cousin there. My cousin and I were rummaging through my deceased grandfather's old belongings and stumbled upon a Ouija board. We were both totally excited to discover it. Our parents were very religious and worried about everything, which is why we had never seen anything like it before. We decided to use it later that night after Grandma had gone to bed. A little background info. My grandma lives on a huge property in Texas with nothing nearby. We were completely alone. My grandparents had bought the land and built a house on it many years ago. The house is very long but no more than a few rooms wide. Of course, my cousin and I, who are the same age, decided to be in the room farthest from Grandma's bedroom, even if we had screamed. She wouldn't have heard us. She said goodnight around 9:30 p.m., and we waited another hour to make sure she was fast asleep. Then we pulled out the board and started asking questions. They were simple questions, and it answered them. However, my cousin got angry when the board moved, thinking I was manipulating it. We started talking angrily to it and making fun of it. That was probably the dumbest idea he could have had. But I made an even bigger mistake. I just packed it up and put it back in the box. It's clear to me now that I should have apologized and properly said goodbye to close any possible pathways. Time passed and nothing happened. I always had to sleep upstairs, right next to the attic, while the rest of my family got the rooms downstairs. It never really bothered me because my sister also slept upstairs. I remember always hearing about unexplained things that had happened there. Once my grandma came home from work and found the house destroyed. It looked like a break-in, but nothing was stolen, and the alarm was strangely still activated when she came in. That was the biggest experience, but there were many small ones, doors closing, knocking on the walls, and all the other clichés. Last summer, I stayed there alone again and slept upstairs. On the first night, I had a severe nightmare. I was lying on my air mattress and heard a loud knocking from the attic. Then it started scratching at the attic door. Finally, the door opened, and I saw a black figure about 5 feet 4 inches tall coming out and just staring at me. The next morning at breakfast, my grandma asked me why I had been scratching at the door last night. My heart almost stopped, and my blood ran cold. A few hours later, I felt like I had to find out if something was wrong. I started a FaceTime call with a friend, took a pool cue, and ripped open the attic door. I walked around but found nothing suspicious. However, in the very back was a small black mass with 2 tiny white dots as eyes. I took a screenshot of my FaceTime call and ran out of the room. While talking to my friend, he suggested checking again to make sure they weren't holes in the roof. I did, and this time the two small white dots were gone, and the black mass was gone too. A few weeks later, when I was talking to my grandma, I discovered that her land used to be a cotton farm. The owner back then was very violent towards his slaves. I also learned that the couple who lived there before died unexpectedly on the property and were also buried there. I think that pretty well explains why no one should use a Ouija board. I personally don't believe that Ouija boards actually work. I rather believe that demons notice when people try to mess with things that are too big for them and want to teach them a lesson. I hope this is a sufficient warning for anyone who thinks they can handle the supernatural. You might just end up vanishing without a trace. I was raised on a farm that had avocado trees and wild goats. The farm had a beautiful small pond and many different walking trails. We moved there when I was about 12 years old, and like any other 12-year-old, I loved being outside, but I was afraid of the dark, so I never went out after sunset. By the age of 16, I had gotten used to country life and loved it. My father, who worked from home, noticed this. He gave me more autonomy on the farm, and my chores increased. That would probably have annoyed any other teenager, but as I said, I loved country life. This led to my first encounter with this shadow being. I was picking some avocados for dinner, and I couldn't shake off this strange feeling of being watched. I looked around and noticed a black figure quickly disappearing behind a tree about 20 meters away. That startled me, so I shouted, "Hey, I saw you. You're trespassing on private property, and I'm armed." Of course, I wasn't armed. I only had a pocket knife with me. I added, "I won't hesitate to shoot." I started walking towards the tree, the knife firmly in one hand and the bag of avocados in the other. When I reached the tree and looked behind it, I found nothing. Confused but not overly concerned, I headed back to the house. As I got closer, I heard my mother calling me, asking me to hurry up. I called back that I would be there in a moment. That's an important detail to remember. The rest of the night went completely normally. We had dinner, watched some TV, and went to bed. My room was on the ground floor while my parents' was upstairs. I was asleep until I was suddenly awakened by a knocking on my window, over and over again. I heard someone mumbling something unintelligible before it suddenly stopped. I just went back to sleep and ignored it. The next evening, I got into an argument with my mother. I don't remember what it was about. To calm myself down, I went for a walk. I was walking along a path lined with many trees when I suddenly heard my mother's voice. She asked me where I was and why I was taking so long. It sounded like her, but also somehow like a radio with static noise. Then she called me again, this time asking why I had run away from her. I turned around and saw it, this shadow being with black lines around it, almost like a drawing. Its eyes were deep red, and it had an eerie smile on its lips. It looked at me and said in my mother's voice, "Hello." I was frozen. I couldn't move. I was so scared. It started moving towards me, and I heard a sound like dry leaves being crushed under feet. This sound broke me out of my trance. I turned around and ran. I heard it calling me as I ran. With that demonic and ominous voice, it told me to stop. I reached the house, slammed the door shut, and locked it. My parents were startled, and I told them what had happened. To my surprise, they believed me because of the fear in my eyes, my father said later. Since then, I haven't had any more encounters with this being, or whatever it was. We performed a cleansing ritual for the house and the property afterward, and everything has been fine since. I come from Costa Rica, a small country in Central America. We have several local legends and monsters, including a type of witch or devil woman who steals the hides of animals to use them and gain their abilities. The catch is that, similar to a skinwalker, she might end up looking wrong and deformed. When I was 14, we lived on a farm. My grandparents from the USA also liked it there, so they built a vacation home right next to our house, with the porch separating the two buildings. Since they hardly ever visited, I convinced them to let me have the master bedroom in the vacation home as my own room, as I was the oldest. I've always had trouble sleeping, so it wasn't unusual for me to be awake past midnight. That night, I was alone in the other house. I should mention that it was completely empty except for my room. Since it's a farm, there are trees, of course, but not close enough for anything to jump from the trees onto the roof. And yet, I suddenly heard something land on the roof, right where my parents' bedroom was. A few seconds passed, and then this thing started running, heading straight for my room. The sound was so loud that it felt like the roof was about to collapse at any moment. I couldn't move, and my window was open since it was a cold night. Luckily, it at least had a screen, because as soon as this thing reached my head, it swung onto the screen and clung to it while screaming and trying to get in. I saw it. It looked almost like a monkey, but the face was more cat-like. The hands ended in claws. I panicked, ran, closed the window, and locked it while I could still hear the thing. Then I locked myself in the bathroom and stayed there until morning. When my parents woke up, I asked them if they had heard anything during the night, but they hadn't heard a thing. After that, I went outside to check the screen because I absolutely did not want to open the window. Lo and behold, the screen was almost completely shredded. Of course, I moved my things back into my old room, which I shared with my little sister that day. I got in trouble for the destroyed screen.
This happened in 2011. At the time, I was working as a construction worker, and our crew was deep into renovating an old hospital that had been closed for quite some time. This place was built in the 1950s, and from what we were told, it closed its doors in the late 1990s due to funding problems and because the facilities were totally outdated. Our job was to convert this rundown site into a modern, high-end medical office. Initially, everything seemed normal, but as soon as we arrived, the atmosphere turned strange pretty quickly. The first time I entered the hospital, I had the impression that people had just run away. There were discarded beds in the rooms, medical equipment lying around, and even patient records still in their dusty folders on the desks. It was like stepping into a time capsule, only heavily decayed by neglect and the elements. The air was thick with dust, and the smell of mold and decay was unmistakable. For the first few weeks, everything was relatively quiet. The team was busy tearing down walls, removing old fixtures, and preparing the place for renovation. But then, things began to shift a little. One night, I was asked to stay late to oversee the unloading of new equipment. It was after 7 p.m., and everyone else had gone home, leaving me alone in this huge area, gloomy building, with only a flashlight and a portable radio for company. The electricity was out due to the construction work, so I was relying on a small generator that managed to keep the work lights running. As I walked through the long, dark corridors of the old hospital, I began to hear footsteps behind me. At first, I thought it was just an echo of my own movement, but when I stopped, the steps continued for a few more seconds. I then quickly spun around and shone my flashlight down the hallway, but there was nothing there, just darkness and the faint hum of the generator. I tried to ignore it and continue with my work, but the feeling of being watched never left me. I tried to convince myself that it was just my imagination, After all, it's not uncommon to hear noises in inappropriate places in old buildings like this. A few minutes later, I went into one of the old patient rooms to check if the floors were safe, and suddenly, I heard a soft voice. At first, I thought it was a figment of my imagination, but then I heard it again, clearer this time. It was a woman's voice. I froze, paralyzed in the same spot. I wasn't sure if I should answer or if it would be better to run away from there, as the echo of that voice repeated in my mind, making me feel increasingly uncomfortable. Slowly, I approached and peeked my head around the doorframe. My heart was pounding. "Hello?" I said, my voice trembling. There was no answer, only the silence of the hospital. I decided that maybe I should stay in the reception room, but it was too late for regrets. I returned to my tasks, but couldn't get that voice out of my head anymore. Something inside me told me that there was something else there, something I couldn't see, but was definitely present. A few minutes passed, and the tension increased. 3 times I heard that voice. The first time, it sounded distant, as if coming from one of the next rooms. The second time, it seemed to be right behind me. And the third time, almost like a whisper in my ear. The last time, I felt a shiver run down my spine and knew I had no choice. I had to find the source of that voice. So with my flashlight in hand and my heart in my throat, I started walking in the direction from which I felt I was being called. Each step became heavier, as if the air around me was thickening. As I moved forward, memories of stories about the hospital began to surface in my mind. I had heard rumors about patients who had died there, and many claimed their souls still lingered. Could this voice be an echo from the past? I recalled once hearing stories from people who claimed to have heard noises in this building and even seen people wandering around here, but I never really took them seriously. After all, abandoned places like this are a magnet for drug addicts and homeless people, so it could just as easily have been flesh and blood people and not ghosts. When I finally reached the door from which the whispering seemed to come, I took a deep breath and was about to open it when the flashlight suddenly flickered and went out. Darkness enveloped me, and in that moment, the voice became clearer. "Help me." That simple plea froze my blood. Without thinking, I ripped the door open, hoping that perhaps a woman was in distress. But when I opened the door, I found myself in an empty room with only an antique chair in the middle. No one was there. That's when I knew something far darker and more disturbing was lurking behind the walls of this old hospital. I needed answers, and now it wasn't just a job anymore, but something bigger that forced me to confront the unknown. While I tried to process what had happened, that voice whispered my name. In that moment, my heart felt like an escaped stallion in my chest. I looked around the room, shining my flashlight into every corner, as if that could help find someone or something. But of course, no one was there. The voice came again, this time much more intense and clear, as if it were right next to me. "Help me." It was enough for my survival instinct. I ran out of the room, as if escaping a fire, without paying attention to what I was leaving behind. I ran down the hallways, dodging the rooms we still had to renovate, and back to the main entrance. As I did, I felt those footsteps following me, almost at my heels, but I never looked back. When I finally reached the lobby, I was gasping for air and drenched in sweat, even though it was the middle of winter. I locked myself in the doorway, anxiously waiting until the delivery truck with the equipment arrived. I didn't tell the driver what had happened because I didn't want him to think I was crazy or had some kind of psychological problem. The next day, I decided to share my strange encounter with one of my colleagues, a guy named Emmis. When I told him what I had experienced, he just looked at me with a raised eyebrow and finally said, "You're not the first person to hear strange things here." More than one person has had similar experiences. I froze. Apparently, several of our colleagues had heard voices and seen mysterious shadows gliding through the building. Most unsettling was what he mentioned about the old morgue. Some even claimed to have seen figures in hospital gowns walking through the corridors at night. That definitely sent shivers down my spine. But the final straw came a few days later. I was working late again, but this time I wasn't alone. There was another guy from the team named Felix with me. We were both trying to finish a job in one of the patient rooms, and as we were putting away the tools and equipment, we suddenly heard an incredible rumble from the hallway. It was a muffled sound, as if something heavy had fallen to the floor. Felix and I looked at each other, curious and a little nervous, and pulled out our flashlights. We thought maybe some of the equipment had fallen. So we walked toward the source of the noise, and when we got there, we were stunned. An entire metal shelving unit had toppled over. The strange thing was that this shelf, which we had firmly screwed into the wall a few days ago, couldn't have fallen without a lot of force. It was impossible. We looked around, but there was no sign of anyone else there, and all the doors were locked from the inside. I couldn't shake off the encounter I had a few days ago, but I didn't say anything, because I didn't want to make Felix nervous. On the contrary, I tried to ease the tension by saying that maybe we hadn't secured the shelf properly, and he nodded, but I knew he was still nervous. Felix and I quickly cleaned up the mess and left the place as fast as we could. That night, I adamantly refused to work alone in that sad hospital. I told my boss that if he needed someone to supervise, he should find me a partner. Luckily, he was able to find someone to join me for the remaining shifts. The job was finished a few weeks later, and almost every night something happened. Noises, things falling, footsteps, and I swear, I could even see a shadow wandering around. However, on one of the last nights I supervised the work, I was no longer alone. When the work was completed, I have to admit that I haven't set foot in that place since, nor do I plan to ever do so. Today, the hospital is operational and one of the most modern and well-equipped in the entire city. But still, I pray to God that I never find myself in the situation of having to be treated there, because I don't know what I would do. Hello, my name is Kale, and I live in Tennessee with my brother. We both have a great passion for car racing. Since childhood, we've been very active in motorsports, and last month we were invited to participate in a competition that took place on one of the city's most important racetracks. We were very excited about this competition, but things didn't go quite as we expected, or as I expected. My brother took second place, but I, on the other hand, suffered a terrible accident when I tried to overtake another driver on the penultimate curve. I was lucky to survive, thanks to the fact that I received immediate care. However, there is something that my family does not know until now, and I don't think I will ever share it with them. But I feel like I have to tell someone about it. So here I am with this story. In that accident, I severely injured my left arm, broke my leg, and almost my neck. Furthermore, I got severe bruises and cuts all over my body. Additionally, I hit my head very hard, which led to significant bleeding. My brother rushed me to the nearest hospital, which was located in a hilly area near the racetrack. We didn't have time to return to the city, so I was treated at a small hospital center called El Descanso. Don't ask me why, but that name has always seemed strange to me for a hospital. The fact is that my brother admitted me there, and stayed in a nearby hotel to take care of me during my recovery. The small hospital was located on the side of a mountain, and my room had a very nice view, which was quite comforting after 2 days in critical condition. I finally stabilized, but had no idea what was going on around me because I was heavily sedated and very injured. All the time I just told you about, except for the beautiful view from my window, was told to me by my brother. Later, on the 3rd day of my hospital stay, I woke up in the middle of the night, lying on a bed with an oxygen mask, plastic tubes, and various devices attached to my body. It took me a few minutes to fully understand where I was, so I looked around to find my bearings, and that's when I saw a middle-aged woman sitting on the couch. When I looked up, I realized it was a nurse. She was reading a magazine and hadn't noticed that I had woken up. "Water. I need some water, please," I said in a weak, hoarse voice. The woman put the magazine down and walked towards me. The moment she leaned over me, I could see her face. The woman was probably in her late 40s and wore very noticeable makeup, which scared me a little. In my moment of confusion, she said in her high-pitched voice, "Welcome." Then she slowly lifted my head and helped me drink water from a glass. Before I could say anything else, I passed out again. The next morning when I woke up, I actually felt much better, especially when I looked around and saw my brother, George, smiling by my bed. "I thought I lost you this time," he said while taking my hand. I smiled back and said, "You won't get rid of me that easily." We both laughed and then started talking more. He more than I, because my throat was still a little dry. George told me that our parents were very worried at home, but that he had handled everything alone, and fortunately, everything had gone well, although I almost didn't make it this time. We were chatting and joking when a doctor and a nurse entered the room. The doctor said, "Mr. Richardson, you are a true fighter, and your brother is just like you. He cooperated fully with us, and I can basically say that he was the one who truly saved your life." In that moment, I felt very happy, but my eyes turned to the nurse in the corner, and I realized it wasn't the one from last night. My brother stood up and went to the doctor. He told me that I could be transferred to a hospital near my house in 4 or 5 days. I was lying in bed, thinking about everything that had happened, when the nurse from before came to change my saline solution. I said in a weak voice, "Can you please thank the nurse from last night? She helped me a lot." But I was so weak that I couldn't thank her. The nurse looked at me with a confused face and said, "Okay, although it's hard to identify nurses without knowing their names," she said, "if you could tell me her name, I would certainly pass on your thanks." In that moment, I realized that I hadn't asked her name last night, so I felt a little uncomfortable. The next day, when the nurse brought me lunch, she left the room without me being able to say anything. I slept for a while longer, and when I opened my eyes and noticed the blue sky through the window, I realized that I had slept all night. Then I looked at the clock on the wall and saw that it was 8 p.m. I thought about calling someone when I heard a familiar voice. At that moment, I looked towards the door of the room and saw the nurse from last night standing there, smiling at me. Her lips were painted in a very bright red, which made her look really scary. She said, "How are you feeling today, Cale?" I smiled a little nervously and replied, "Quite a bit better." "Hey, sorry, I forgot to thank you last night for helping me with the water." She didn't let me finish my sentence and told me that I didn't have to thank her because it was her job. Then she slowly walked into my room, sat down on the couch, picked up a magazine, and started reading it, just like the night before. I just lay there without saying anything else. After a while, another nurse came into the room. The nurse started straightening my bed and placed a table on it. Then she looked at me and said, "It's dinner time now, Mr. Richardson." The second nurse continued working alone, while the night nurse sat quietly on the couch, reading her magazine. I assumed she was probably the head nurse, so I figured she was visiting patients to monitor that they were being well cared for. I thought that was very kind of her, and the truth is that up to this point, both the facility and the care in the hospital seemed excellent to me. I ate quietly and in silence, and during all that time, neither of the nurses spoke a word to the other. After a while, the younger nurse left the room, and the head nurse remained sitting on the couch, reading the magazine. That's when I asked her, "What's your name, ma'am?" This time, the nurse put the magazine aside and looked at me. She smiled at me, and I noticed she had a crooked tooth. She replied, "My name is Claire, but everyone calls me Nurse Beeford." Then she stood up and left the room. I found her behavior a little strange because she had come to my room last night and just sat there reading a magazine. But I didn't think anything more of it and went to sleep. I woke up a couple of hours later and saw her again sitting on the couch, staring at me. Every time our eyes met, she smiled in a very eerie way, which actually made me a little uneasy. One morning, the young nurse came in with my breakfast, as she did every day, and I told her how Nurse Beeford always visited me at night. But her reaction was somewhat strange. She spilled the juice on the tray, as if I had said something horrible to her. Then she looked at me with her unusually wide eyes, and I noticed some beads of sweat on her forehead. Then she said in a quiet voice, almost a whisper, "How do you know about Nurse Beeford?" Her question confused me a little, but I answered, "Well, because she visits me almost every night, and last night I asked her name." I added, "The truth is, I find it a little strange that she never comes during the day or only works at night watch." Instead of answering that question, the nurse asked me, "Do you mean you actually saw her in your room?" I then replied in an annoyed tone, "Of course. What kind of question is that? She was here when you came with dinner last night. Didn't you see her sitting on the couch?" This time the nurse went from an anxious face to a panicked one and said to me, "Listen to me very carefully. This is your last night in this hospital, so you have to do what I tell you, okay? If Nurse Beeford visits you tonight and asks you to go somewhere, don't go, for the love of God, okay? Promise me, right now." Now I was worried. "What is this about?" I asked her, confused. She then replied, frightened, "Nurse Beeford took her own life in this hospital last year. Some of us still see her wandering the halls at night. She used to come to young patients and ask them to come with her, and we found 3 deceased patients whose deaths were not natural at all. People say she was having an affair with a man younger than her, who was a patient in this hospital, and that he broke her heart. Since then, her tormented spirit has been trying to take revenge on all the young people who come here." My head was literally throbbing with pain when I heard that. I couldn't believe I had been talking to a dead person all this time. I didn't know what to do. I mean, I couldn't leave this hospital before morning, and I had already caused enough problems, so I decided to sleep through the night. But the nurse was kind enough to stay until midnight. But she had 2 other patients to attend to, so since it was a small hospital, she eventually left the room. She told me to lie down on my bed and keep my eyes closed. After a few minutes, I fell asleep, but around 3 a.m. I heard a squeaky voice calling my name. "Kale, open your eyes. I have a surprise for you." Hearing that voice sent chills down my spine, and my heart began to pound like a horse in my chest. I recognized that it was Nurse Befford, but I didn't open my eyes. A few minutes later, I heard footsteps leaving the room, but I kept my eyes closed and remained vigilant for a while longer, until I finally opened my eyes. The room was dark, but the moonlight shining through the window gave a clear view. After looking in several directions, I determined that no one was in my room. I breathed a sigh of relief and turned to the left side of my bed, assuming it was finally over. But as soon as my head turned to the left, I saw Nurse Befford resting her head on my bed, looking at me with her evil, angry eyes. Her face now looked swollen, bruised and disfigured, and blood was dripping from her lips, mixing with her ugly red lipstick. But undoubtedly, the most unsettling thing were her eyes, which were bloodshot and almost completely popped out of their sockets. The sight of her was absolutely terrifying and frightening. Then she said in a horrible voice, "You think you can ignore me like this, Kale? I was the one who took care of you, and now you treat me this way?" I was completely paralyzed with fear. I couldn't articulate a single word, while every muscle in my body was stiff, and my heart felt like it was in my throat. But the most horrible thing was yet to come. She opened her mouth, and a cloud of black flies began to pour out of it. The sound of those flies made my ears ring. I felt like the flies were going to suffocate me, and that I wouldn't live to see the morning. So I screamed as loud as I could. I literally felt life slipping away from me in that scream. Apparently, my scream echoed down the hall, and I don't know how long afterward, the doctor on duty and the young nurse ran into my room, turned on the light, and then the eerie image of Nurse Befford faded. When they saw me shocked and trembling, the doctor thought I was having a panic attack, but the nurse looked at me with her very large, unmoving eyes. Although she didn't say a word, nor did I, she clearly recognized what had put me in that state. The nurse stayed in my room until the next morning, when my brother finally arrived. I didn't say a word to him about what had happened. I just went home silently. But even now, when I close my eyes, I panic at the thought that when I open them again, I will see Nurse Befford sitting next to my bed. This happened to me a couple of years ago. My story goes more or less like this. I suffer from chronic pain due to a back injury, for which I've had 3 surgeries. Most of the time, I cope with it and live my life. But every few years, it really gets to be too much. I fall into these bad depressions and stop talking to my family and everyone else. I usually become a hermit when that happens. My family worries a lot that I will hurt myself, and I understand that because in a couple of depressive phases, I actually reached the point where I seriously tried to end my life. That hasn't happened again so far, but even I sometimes fear my own thoughts. When that happens, my relatives send me to the psychiatric emergency room, where they usually put me on a 72-hour hold. For those who don't know, that means a 3-day involuntary commitment. This hasn't really bothered me so far, as I have good insurance. The place they send me is basically like a hotel where you can't have shoelaces. The worst part is that they admit me, and I have to cross the room while all the other patients stare at me when I walk in. In my case, the stares are usually not very friendly. You see, I am a man a little over 6'2" tall and weigh about 280 pounds. I have tattoos covering both arms, and since I had been depressed for months, my beard and hair were out of control. So at the time, I looked like some kind of Hell's Angels biker. So I never had problems with people trying to mess with me. The truth is, my appearance doesn't fairly represent me because I'm a friendly guy. But if you don't know me, you wouldn't believe it. Since I've been through this a few times, I essentially know what'll happen. They take all my information, make sure I don't have shoelaces or anything with strings, and then show me to my room. The rule assigned to me was co-ed, but in reality, roommates can only be of the same gender. It was also a low security level, which means everyone here is supposedly non-violent. My only problem with this place is that they have people like me, meaning without a history of mental illness, who are just going through a difficult time, mixed with all kinds of levels of patience. Fortunately, in the last 2 visits here, I never had any problems with anyone and hope to get through my 3 days uneventfully and complete my treatment. I was taken to my room, and the nurse told me that my roommate's name was Tom. She also started saying something like, "Tom is a really nice guy," and blah blah blah, which naturally made me a little weary. But we were in a psychiatric facility. Everyone here has some issues. These rooms are basically like a cheap motel, just maybe a little bigger. There are 2 beds, a bathroom that annoyingly doesn't have a full door, a desk, and each patient has their own dresser. It was 3 p.m., and Tom was sleeping soundly, which isn't that strange, since everyone takes different medications that knock them out or cause weird sleeping habits. So I didn't think anything was odd. In fact, after spending hours in the emergency room and a couple more checking in, I was quite tired myself and decided to fall asleep, which I did almost immediately. I had no idea how long I had slept, but when I woke up, it was completely dark outside, and only the small floor light that I couldn't turn off was on. That was supposed to provide some illumination for the room, and the patients couldn't turn it off. Suddenly, I turned to the side and saw that Tom was now completely awake and sitting up on his bed. He said, "What's up, man? I would have said hello earlier, but you were sleeping." I replied, confused. "Didn't they say your name was Tom?" I tried to be as friendly as possible, since it's easier to get along with everyone in places like this. He replied, "Yeah, I was a little tired earlier too. I was trying to sleep as much as possible so I wouldn't have to interact with any demons." That should have been a huge red flag to ask for another room, but Tom was much smaller than me, and they search you head to toe when you first come in, so I had no reason to fear him. Instead, I decided to strike up a conversation with him about these demons he spoke of, which I found out were all the nurses and doctors. After talking to him about it, I told him I was still very tired and needed more sleep. So he said, "Well, it's really nice to finally have human company as a roommate." I took that as a sign that he was fine with me, and that I didn't have to sleep with one eye open. The next morning, I woke up early for breakfast, as I hadn't eaten in 24 hours. After I sat down to eat, Tom came out and sat next to me. Then we started chatting, and apart from him calling nurses and doctors demons, he seemed pretty normal. I mean, we talked for a while about normal things until he suddenly stopped talking and started turning towards someone behind me. Then he said, "Ella, this is Jessica, she's an angel." I turned around and saw a very attractive girl who looked to be in her early 20s, maybe even 18 or 19. She walked past and greeted Tom and everyone else sitting in the dining room. She was one of those social butterflies who made an effort to be super nice to everyone. And when I looked back, I noticed he was staring at her too much, so I snapped my fingers in front of his face. "Hey man, don't scare her," I said. Tom looked very confused, as if I had told him the most absurd thing in the world, and became very quiet afterward. Honestly, I didn't think much of it, as I had my own things to worry about. The rest of the day was as usual in a place like this. You have to go to sessions, talk to the doctor, take your medication, but most of the time you are idle and bored. The TV only has 4 channels, so even if one of them were HBO, it was a bust. So I spent most of the time reading books in the living room. While I was reading a book, Jessica walked up to me, introduced herself, and started asking me all kinds of questions about my tattoos. She seemed like a really nice girl, and just like me, she was basically a normal person going through a tough time. In her case, she just had a lot of anxiety, which gave her panic attacks, mainly because she had just started college and really couldn't handle the pressure. We talked for a couple of hours, and I didn't think much about it afterward, but Tom kept walking past us repeatedly. A lot of people hung out here to pass the time, so I didn't really think much of it. But later, I learned that he was burning a hole in my head the whole time. After talking to Jessica for a while, I told her I was going to take a shower before dinner and that we would meet up again later. As I said, the bathrooms in this place only have half doors. Old Western saloon doors, so when I was done, I could see Tom's legs under the door. I said, "What's up? Do you need the restroom? I'll just be a minute. I just need to get dressed." He didn't say anything and just stood there. I started to feel a little scared when I heard him shrieking from the other side of the room, and his silence was just strange. So I said, "Buddy, you need to back up because I have to get out." But nothing prepared me for what came next. Tom started yelling, "You are staring at me. You are Satan. You are Lucifer." He kept saying that over and over again. I was going crazy in that moment. I thought if I opened the door and beat this guy's butt, I'd be the one who gets shot and put in the quiet room. But I didn't know what else to do. Even though I was screaming as loud as I could, it didn't seem like the nurses were nearby. The bedroom doors in this place are very thick. So I was pretty sure that because some of the patients screamed in the night, they didn't want them to wake up the other patients. After what seemed like an eternity to me, but was actually only about 2 or 3 minutes, Tom finally stopped and left the room. That was the moment I got out of the bathroom and got dressed, and immediately afterward, I looked for a nurse to tell her what had just happened. I have no idea what she told him, but they immediately moved me to another room. I didn't see him again all night, but I was terrified. No one had ever screamed at me or cornered me like that in my life, and I couldn't sleep all night. Since I didn't have any clocks, I had no idea what time it was when I suddenly heard his voice from the main room, where the nurse's station is. "Where is he? Why won't he go back to sleep?" It was Tom, and he was using the same tone he had when he screamed at me in the bathroom. I opened the door a little so I could hear the nurse talking to him. "You will see him during the day and can talk to him now. Go back to bed." But for some reason, he seemed desperate to see me. "But I have to see him tonight. It's an emergency," he told the nurse. That went on for another 2 minutes before security finally arrived. I heard a scuffle, but there was no way I was going over there to see what was going on. I could still hear him screaming, but I couldn't understand what he was saying, and he finally started fading away. I assumed he had been taken to the quiet room, which was on the opposite side of the area. Needless to say, even with him locked up, I stayed awake all night. Morning came, and my doctor was already there, which sounded very strange since I normally only saw him after dinner. He called me into the interview room to talk to me. He basically asked me about every interaction I had with Tom, and I explained everything to him. When I was finished, he told me that I no longer had to worry about Tom because he had been transferred to another hospital. I've lived here all my life, so I actually knew about the hospital they sent him to, and it's pretty rough. It's the kind of place where they lock you in a room all day. I felt kind of bad because I knew he thought I was trying to steal his angel or something, and he was just angry at me over a misunderstanding. But whatever it was also nice to know that I no longer had to punch this poor guy in the face for scaring me so much. I finished my stay and actually felt much better about everything. My pain was being managed better, and I was ready to stop being a hermit. Then my grandmother came and picked me up. She hugged me, helped me gather my belongings, and said, "I think we are ready to go." But the doctor was back again very early, and he gave me a look that made me a little worried. Honestly, I thought they were going to hold me for longer again. Once again, I was taken to the interview room, and here they told me what really happened that night, and they didn't want me to know until I had completed my treatment. It turned out that Tom kept coming out that night, asking the nurse when I would be coming back. The nurse kept telling him that he would see me in the morning and did not tell him I had switched rooms. Apparently, this went on for hours before he finally started screaming about it. That's when security came, took him to the secluded room, and gave him an injection to immobilize him. The nurse contacted Tom's doctor and told him about the situation. Tom's doctor suggested they move him to the medium security wing upstairs until I was gone. But when they went to get his things, they found a 7-inch piece of metal that he had broken off a table in the TV room. That room has cameras and also windows where you can see the nurse's station. So I guess he waited until they stopped watching and worked on it until he broke it. I am 99% sure that asking to change rooms was the only thing that kept me from being stabbed in my sleep that night. They thought the same thing I did, which is why they sent him to that other hospital. Since he never actually attacked me, he wasn't charged with a crime, and I have no idea how long he was held, but I would be a happy man if I never encounter him again. Hello, my name is Anna. I have been working as a nurse in a state hospital for more than 15 years. And to be honest, I think hospitals are probably the only place that so bluntly represents the reality of life and death. When a patient recovers, we medical helpers feel joy seeing them alive and ready to continue with their destiny on this plane. However, when a patient dies, we mourn along with their family. With time and experience, nurses have been trained to deal with the most difficult situations. But when this incident happened, I was a new nurse in our hospital and had only been working there for a few months. I was working in an emergency room where we experienced everything possible and impossible. A naive teenage girl who had cut her wrists, obsessed with her first breakup. A man involved in underground racing who had a car accident that left him paraplegic. A guy involved in street fights who suffered physical injuries that left him unrecognizable. When I say everything, I really mean everything. Such cases were routine for us, but this case will never leave my mind. There was a boy named Armando who was admitted after a suicide attempt. When his parents brought him to us, he was covered in blood and had horrendous injuries. According to a witness, Armando was sitting in the park with his friends when he suddenly stood up and ran toward a speeding delivery van. Undoubtedly, the van hit him very hard, and he suffered a very severe head injury, as well as multiple fractures and cuts all over his body. When he was admitted, his parents were crying and sobbing all the time. Their grief simply broke my heart. A team of 3 doctors and 3 nurses, including me, performed his surgery. But unfortunately, due to massive blood loss and shock, Armando went into a vegetative state. This is a state of complete unconsciousness, with some eye-opening and phases of wakefulness and sleep. The boy was about 14 years old, so everyone in the hospital felt extremely bad about this young man's sad fate and the pain his parents were going through. After the surgery, I was assigned to monitor him. His thin body lay on the bed all the time. His eyes were always open and constantly staring at the ceiling. The only time I felt like he was alive was when he closed his eyes to sleep after dinner. I remember that the way he looked at my movements scared me sometimes. One night, I was sitting next to him after giving him his dinner and was reading him a story. This is done to stimulate the cognitive side of his brain. His eyes remained closed the whole time, but I soon realized that he had fallen asleep, so I got up and turned off the lamp next to his head. I was about to leave, but I remembered that I had left my phone on the table near him, so I went back, turned on the table light to find it, and right at that moment, I saw that Armando's eyes were wide open, staring at me in the middle of the night. I have to say that being confronted with such strange and unusual eye contact definitely scared me. However, such mysterious events happened frequently. One of these puzzles that constantly occupied my mind was, why did this healthy, athletic, good-looking, and seemingly popular 14-year-old boy try to end his own life? Slowly, I began to notice changes in Armando's motor skills. The doctors were really happy to see such a rapid recovery in him and assured his parents that Armando might regain consciousness permanently in a few months. His parents were delighted with this news, and his mother came to visit him almost every day. One day, he changed his medication chart when 3 children of the same age as him came into his room with an average-sized adult man. He wore glasses and was formally dressed. Due to his appearance, I assumed he was a teacher from his school and that these boys were his friends. The boys talked to Armando and wished him a quick recovery. Then the teacher took his hand, and as soon as he did, I noticed a slight increase in Armando's pulse rate. Then this man said in a gentle and loving voice, "Oh, Armando, we miss you so much. Get well soon. We are waiting for you." My heart sank, seeing how his friends and teacher appreciated this young man. Within 10 minutes of their farewell, Armando's heart rate began to rise rapidly, and within 5 seconds, his body began to twitch in the bed like a rabid dog. He was having a seizure. I immediately called the doctors, and they gave him medication, and fortunately managed to control the situation. All night, I stayed by his side in the room, watching him closely and paying close attention to any change in his heart rate. After that day, we had to keep our eyes wide open and even stop visiting hours for a while, as another shock or seizure could trigger a heart attack. So we had to take pretty strict measures. After a week, we finally allowed visits again. On that day, his parents were taking care of the paperwork at the counter while he was sitting in his wheelchair. So I went up to him and said, "You were a brave boy. Don't let anyone else hurt you again, okay?" But Armando looked at me with a twisted expression, and I said, "Hey, you're finally going home to your loved ones. You should smile, my dear." Shortly after, his father came and took him to the car. I was about to go to the office when I heard a phone notification and saw that his phone was on the table near him. So I picked it up and almost unintentionally read a strange message. "I already did what you told me to do. The day I blackmailed you about Mr. Blast to give me grades and nominate me for the scholarship. I knew it was you I was having an affair with. I was disgusted to fall in love with a guy like you, but we broke up. Now why are you blackmailing me with my private pictures you took too? I want them back now." Before I could think about what the hell this meant, I heard a sound behind me. "Excuse me, Nurse Anna. Armando forgot his phone. Could I please have it back?" Mrs. Palmer stretched out her hands to me, and my heart sank with fear. I handed her the phone. She took it and walked away. I walked to the door and noticed Armando in the back seat, typing on his phone, which he had just received from his mother. The car engine started, and he looked at me one last time through the window, smiling from ear to ear in a mischievous way, winked at me, and made the sign for love and peace with his fingers in an almost mocking way. That was the last time I saw him. To this day, I am baffled by everything that happened and truly don't know what to think. I've been working as a staff member in a hospital morgue in my city for 6 years, but I still have terrible nightmares about it. I was 22 years old at the time and still quite new to the field, but I was nonetheless very aware of the mental toll this kind of work takes. Spending 12 hours in a morgue is by no means enjoyable. At first, I was almost always assigned to day shifts, but after working there for a year, my supervisor asked me if I would be willing to fill in for the night shift colleague during his vacation. I accepted the shift to make a good impression on my supervisors and received a new schedule. I was assigned to the night shift from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. for 15 days. The first 3 days went as usual, but I have to say, it was really spooky at night. I often wandered around the morgue. Sometimes I visited the emergency room, which was directly above the morgue. One night I was sitting in my cubicle writing reports when suddenly a colleague called me to the emergency room. When I arrived there, I learned that a patient in cubicle number 3 had just died. The man had been in a really bad accident. I saw 2 or 3 doctors coming out of cubicle 3, their white coats soaked in blood. I was instructed to take the body to the morgue, and the autopsy would take place the next morning. Up to that point, I had seen enough corpses, but when I entered the cubicle, my heart stopped. With wide open eyes, a racing heart, and trembling legs, I saw a completely mutilated corpse lying on the bed. There was blood everywhere. Flesh was protruding from the cuts on his legs and hands, but the worst part was the man's face. A shiver ran through me from head to toe. His head looked at me with an open mouth. The man was staring at me, his eyes cold and dead. For a moment, I had the feeling the man had blinked. At that moment, my colleague patted me on the back, and I flinched in shock. My colleague said, "Come on, Jake, what are you waiting for?" I didn't say anything and just started with my work. I hoisted the body onto a gurney and made my way to the morgue. Then I went into the elevator, and I swear it was the first time in my life I felt uncomfortable in an empty elevator with a corpse. After reaching the morgue, I unbuckled the lid again, and that gruesome face reappeared. I put the body in the display case as quickly as possible and returned to my cubicle. I sat down and began to write the reports. I don't know how long I was busy with my work, but a sudden noise broke my concentration. I heard footsteps outside, as if someone was walking down the hall. I stood up and left my cubicle. The room where the bodies are kept was at the end of the hall, and I saw that the doors were closed and the hall was completely empty. I walked toward the main room when I suddenly felt like someone was following me. I turned around, but no one was there, so I blamed my silly head for imagining it all. The main room was perfectly fine. Everything was in its place. Only the door to display case number 3 was wide open. That's the display case where I stored the man's body a few hours earlier. I approached the display case and felt the same shiver as before and took out the gurney. The man's body was still on it, but this time his mouth was closed. Not only that, a strange smile appeared on his face, and again, I felt like he was looking at me with his dead eyes and smiling at me. At that moment, I said to myself, "That's enough for today. I'm going home." I planned to call my supervisor and make up a story about feeling sick. I was near the exit of the main room when I heard a noise behind me. I turned around and saw the corpse coming out of the display case like a creature from hell. His whole body was covered in blood. His eyes were now even wider open, as if they were about to pop out at any moment, and he was staring at me. I couldn't move. I was completely paralyzed as I continued to experience this horror before my eyes. Suddenly, the man came out and stood on the floor. Blood dripped from his body, and the entire floor beneath his feet was red with blood. I said in a panicked voice, "You're supposed to be dead." But the man chuckled with a very deep, eerie voice and replied, "You know, the best thing about death is that you don't feel anything anymore." I couldn't believe I was talking to a living corpse. I let out a scream that echoed down the hall. I can't explain how he did it, but it was as if he burst through like the wind and stopped right in front of my face. His dead eyes were right in front of mine, and I swear I don't know how I didn't wet myself. I didn't know what to do at the time, but an idea came to me. I asked him, "What do you want? Please, let me help you." The man was staring at me now. I wanted to ask him who he was when suddenly the elevator door opened and I turned around. Then I saw my colleague from upstairs, who was walking toward the main room with some doctors. He said, "Jake, you're still here? There's hardly any work today. You could have left earlier." I looked back at the display case, and it looked like nothing had happened. There were no traces of blood or that man. I felt my legs begin to fail, and I started walking to my cubicle, but before I went in, I said to my colleague and the doctors, "I don't know why, but I feel like there was another reason for this man's death. He didn't just die from the accident." They all looked at me surprised, but before they could ask anything, I went in, grabbed my bag, and went home. The next morning, I got a call from a colleague. He said, "Oh my God, Jake, how did you figure that out? I know it was in the autopsy report, but how could you be so sure?" I didn't understand what he meant at first, so I asked, "What are you talking about?" My colleague replied, "The body recovered from the car accident had traces of arsenic found in his system. The doctors say he was poisoned before he got into the car, and now it's a crime case. The police are all over the hospital." I started sweating as if I was melting. That meant everything had really happened. It took me a while to come to terms with the fact that I had not only experienced a supernatural apparition, but had also talked to the ghost of a dead man. Since that day, I have never seen the ghost again, neither this one nor any other. I guess the fact that justice was being served finally let him rest in peace. That's how people say it happens in cases like this. The truth is that this event will forever remain in my memory as the scariest thing I have ever experienced. I am an internist and have been practicing for more than 15 years. If there's one thing I can say, it's that taking care of patients is not only a job, but also our responsibility. But not all patients are the same. When I was young and new to the profession, I worked in a small hospital in a rural area of my city. It only took a few days for me to become familiar with the staff and patients there. There were 4 other doctors there, and we all reported to the head of our department, Dr. Schneider. This woman was a hard person to make a good impression on, no doubt. And frankly, all of us doctors were scared of her. Not a single mistake could go unnoticed by this woman. Like any beginner, I wanted to prove myself, so I put a lot of effort into my work. I started taking many night shifts as I lived alone and away from my family. I didn't mind spending most nights in the hospital. Most patients called me Dr. Morgan, and there were patients of various ages, but I especially remember a girl named Tanya, who was probably the youngest patient in the hospital at the time, and was already there when I arrived. Anyway, Tanya was a sweet child. She often wandered through the halls and talked to the other patients, but she was always alone. One evening, I was doing my usual rounds and walking down the long, empty corridor when I suddenly heard two people talking quietly. It was late, and all patients should have been asleep by then. I followed the sound coming from room number 201. When I opened the door and turned on the light in the room, I found Tanya standing next to the patient's bed. She smiled at me as if nothing had happened. Curiously, my sudden appearance didn't scare her. All she said was, "Hello, Dr. Morgan." I greeted her back and said, "Tanya, it's past your bedtime. What are you doing here?" She replied, "Nothing. I just came to say goodbye to George." George was the patient in 201. He had recently had major surgery and was a little sensitive. Although Tanya seemed calm, I noticed in George's face that he was somewhat scared and extremely pale. I thought that Tanya's arrival might have startled him, so I said in a gentle voice, "Sweetheart, you can't be wandering around like this at night. Come on, let's get you back to your bed." Then I looked at George and said, "I'll send Nurse Martha for a quick checkup. She will give you a pill so you can sleep. You need to rest." I then accompanied Tanya to her room, where she went without a word. This little encounter didn't bother me at all until the next morning, when I went home around 4 a.m. after finishing my night shift. It was my day off, so I slept all day. The next day, I went back to work. That night, as I passed room 201 to see George, I saw a different patient sleeping in his bed. I saw a nurse walking down the hall and asked, "Excuse me, where's George?" She replied, "He is in this room." "Oh, you mean the patient in 201? I said, "Of course." She replied. I said, "Oh, he died yesterday, doctor. As you know, he already suffered from cardiovascular disease and seemed to be recovering well. Surprisingly, he had a heart attack yesterday." Dr. Owens signed his death certificate. "You can ask him. He will give you all the details." The nurse walked away, and I stood in the hall confused and somewhat surprised. Suddenly, something struck me as odd. I remembered when I asked Tanya what she was doing in George's room, and she said she had come to say goodbye to him. She just said goodbye. But why goodbye? She should have said good night, shouldn't she? I went to Tanya's room. She was sitting on her bed, drawing some pictures. Without wasting a second, I asked her, "Tanya, why did you go to George's room to say goodbye? You were supposed to wish him good night, right?" Her face changed color. She hesitated and said, I said good night. You heard wrong." Suddenly, she looked over my shoulder, as if someone was standing behind me and looking at her. I immediately turned around, but no one was there. The cleaning staff came a little later and began mopping the floor. Tanya started drawing again, and still curious, I returned to work but couldn't concentrate on my work. This unusual thought continued to bother me. Why did Tanya say goodbye to George? Did she know he was about to die? A week passed, and I almost forgot about it. But one night, I was doing my usual rounds and walking down the corridor on the second floor when I saw Tanya leaving room 706 and slowly walking down the stairs. Room 706 had recently admitted a female patient with a severe head injury. I went in and saw that the woman was awake. "Who is it now?" she asked. Then she looked at me and said, "Oh, it's you, doctor. I nodded and asked her, "How are you feeling?" She said, "I feel a little dizzy, doctor." I said, "Did someone come in before you?" She replied, "Yes, a girl came in. She said her name is Tanja." I immediately asked her, what was she doing here? Did she say anything to you? She replied, "Yes, she was a sweet girl, but I think she said it wrong. I think she meant to say good night, but instead she said goodbye to me. Strange, right?" My heartbeat sped up. I put the patient back to bed and returned to my room. Deep in my heart, I knew what was coming. The next morning, she passed away. I had a strong feeling that Tanja had an uncanny ability to know when a patient's time was up, but I couldn't tell anyone because no one would believe me. I couldn't do anything because she wasn't harming anyone. She was just a little girl saying goodbye to patients whose death was imminent. After 2 more incidents like this, I couldn't hold back. I went straight to the reception desk to Candy and asked her, "How long has Tanja been here?" She looked at me and asked, confused, "Who is Tanja? The girl from the ICU? Don't you see how she sneaks into the patient rooms?" I replied, "I don't know why, but I feel like something is very wrong with that girl." She said, "What do you mean, Dr. Morgan? We don't have any patients named Tanja right now. No child patients have been admitted to the hospital. Are you okay?" I couldn't believe what I was hearing. "What are you saying?" I asked. "I've been talking to that kid for the past few days. Check the ICU records. Tanya, please come to my office." I turned around and saw Dr. Schneider standing behind me. I followed her to her office, while my head was still in a mess. After we entered, we sat down, and she sat in front of me. Then she asked in a low voice, "Did you see Tanya? What does she look like, Morgan? Is she happy?" I didn't answer her question, but asked very confused, "What is going on here? Please tell me what's wrong. Candy just said there is no one here with that name, and now you are asking me about this girl. What the hell is going on?" Dr. Schneider couldn't hold back her tears. She started crying terribly, and I didn't understand anything. After crying for a while, she looked at me and said, "The week before you started here, I brought her to work. Her father was supposed to pick her up. I was working while she was wandering the halls alone and playing. Then she started using the stairs, and somehow her legs slipped, and she fell from the 3rd floor to the 2nd floor. We admitted her to this hospital because of her extremely critical condition, but she died." I couldn't believe what I had just heard. It felt like the floor was giving way beneath my feet, and my heart stopped. Tanya is dead? My God. I stood speechless and horrified in her office. Miss Schneider said that a nurse had also seen her walking around those halls at night, but she didn't believe her. Now, however, I was sure that she was still there. I worked at that hospital for almost 2 more years, but strangely, I never saw Tanya again. However, several of my patients reported during that time that they had been visited by her, and as you can imagine, none of them lived to tell the tale. I am a registered nurse in a small rural hospital in Minnesota and have been working there for about 4 years. One of the most difficult problems we face here is the high rate of substance abuse and mental disorders. I live in a town that is neither too big nor too small, surrounded by fields and small communities. Despite its size, we see many cases each year, mainly related to substance abuse, especially methamphetamine. This is where I practice my nursing, and before I forget, for the love of all that is good, I urge you, under no circumstances, to use meth. It will ruin your life in 1,000 ways. Advice from someone who deals with these patients daily. One thing that is often ignored is that drug addiction not only affects you physically, but can also lead to very serious and sometimes irreversible mental health problems. It's a vicious cycle that is often difficult to break. It is unclear whether the mental illness comes first or whether the drugs are the cause, but I particularly remember one night that illustrates this struggle. Our local emergency medical team received a call about a man suffering from drug-induced psychosis. They brought him to our psychiatric ward, accompanied by paramedics and local police. When I finally saw him, it was clear that this man was completely out of his mind. He was about 50 years old and looked completely unkempt. His condition was miserable. His gray hair was matted. He hadn't shaved in days, and his clothes were dirty and worn. He was almost like a character in a horror movie, speaking incoherently and making strange noises. His paranoid state was very obvious. He was extremely hostile and convinced that we were all there to harm him. We tried to calm the situation without having to restrain him, but I quickly realized that wouldn't work. I spoke with the doctor on duty, and we decided that the best option was to give him an injection of a strong antipsychotic, as his condition was truly critical. So I prepared the syringe and went back to the psychiatric area. When I entered there, a fairly large group of people was already there, including some of our security guards, as well as 3 or 4 police officers. The patient, although still restless, seemed somewhat calmer than the last time, but he still needed that injection to truly relax. I approached him with the syringe in my hand, but as soon as he noticed it, his paranoia returned. Although I had tried to speak to him in a calm, gentle tone, I could see in his eyes that he felt cornered. Nevertheless, I decided to try once more to calm him down. I moved a little closer and told him in a gentle tone that everything would be fine and that we just wanted to help. So I prepared everything to administer the injection into his right arm. I pulled up his shirt sleeve, wiped the injection site with a cotton ball, and spoke to one of the police officers about the situation. I told him I was about to administer the medication to keep him under control. Then I gave the classic countdown, 1, 2, 3, and stuck the needle quickly and firmly into his arm. A note on how I do this. I usually hold the syringe like a dart so that my hand doesn't shake when inserting the needle. In these moments, it is crucial to connect with the patient on a human level. But let me be honest, the technique is also crucial, especially in tense situations like this. As the medication began to take effect, the atmosphere in the room took an unexpected turn. We all hoped that with a little time and treatment, this man could regain some peace of mind. But fear and violence always lurk around the corner in these areas. I held my grip on the syringe like a cigarette, so I could use my thumb to depress the plunger. But right at that moment, the patient panicked when he saw the needle and abruptly pulled away from me. The syringe was still in his arm when he moved, but suddenly he ripped it out and fixed his eyes on me. Before I could react, he lunged at me, swinging the syringe like a weapon. The officers reacted quickly, and one of them yelled about the needle to warn everyone in the room, but it was too late. The patient panicked, and although I tried to dodge him, I felt a sharp blow and a stinging pain in my left thigh. The syringe fell to the floor, but the needle was broken. At that moment, everyone jumped on the patient to control him while he screamed like crazy. I quickly grabbed the syringe from the floor, trying to process what had just happened, and noticed that the needle had remained stuck in my leg. While the officers continued to try to control the completely frantic patient, I told the doctor what had happened, almost in a panic, just thinking about the possible diseases that could have affected me. The doctor's eyes widened when I told him the needle was stuck in my leg. Before he could say anything, I immediately ran to the bathroom to check. Fortunately, the needle was not completely buried in my leg. About 0.5 millimeter was sticking out of my flesh, which was enough to remove the needle with a pair of tweezers. However, I was not safe yet. I now had to wait for a series of lab tests to rule out that I had contracted any diseases. After all the commotion, the man finally calmed down, and another nurse was able to administer the pain medication. When everything was calmer, a police officer asked me if I wanted to press charges against the patient. At first, I said no, because I felt sorry for him. Obviously, this man was out of his mind and unable to control his actions. However, as the shift went on, my perspective changed. Why should I let him off so easily just because he was high on amphetamines? Why should I carry the inconvenience of this experience for the rest of my career without this person taking any responsibility? In the end, I called the officer and decided to press charges. But 2 years later, it all led to nothing because it was said that the patient was not in his right mind. So I left it at that. Luckily, all my lab tests were fine. So apart from the injury to my leg and the big scare I got, the frightening incident left no other feelings except regret. I worked as a cleaner in a local hospital and was used to seeing people come in the worst conditions. But there is one patient who will stay with me forever. What happened to him is one of those stories you really can't forget. One night, I heard that his house had gone up in flames while he and his wife Elsa were sleeping in the middle of the night. They noticed the fire had taken over half the house. This man, whose name was Phil, managed to get out thanks to the help of his neighbors, but his wife was not so lucky. People whispered that she was so severely burned that her skin had literally melted. It was the kind of tragedy that made my hair stand on end just thinking about it. Phil came into the hospital with his left hand and leg severely injured, but fortunately, his condition was treatable, if you can call it that. I remember that of all the rooms in the hospital, this was the one that made me most uncomfortable. Every time I had to go in, a shiver ran down my spine. From the moment I crossed the threshold, the smell of burnt flesh was unbearable. And also, his room was always icy cold, as if life itself had been extinguished with a single breath. Phil was heavily sedated, struggling with pain most of the time. I couldn't even begin to describe the suffering of burn victims. It's something that leaves you speechless and makes you pray never to have to go through something like that. Once, I was assigned the night shift, which I actually preferred, as it was quieter. All the patients were asleep, and I could concentrate better on my work. It was about 8 p.m., and I went to mop the floor in Phil's room. When I walked in, I encountered a lone figure in the middle of the room, and what I saw made my blood run cold. It was Phil, standing there and sobbing. The sight of his burnt hands and left leg was desolate. He was staring into a dark corner of the wall and whispering things that echoed with a ghostly tone. "Why are you doing this to me? What else do you want from me? Please leave me alone." I couldn't help but intervene and asked him, "Hey man, are you okay?" At that moment he turned to me, and the pain on his face was so palpable that I could almost feel it. Then he pointed to the dark corner and said in an almost broken voice, "Tell her to leave. She keeps coming back. Shouldn't she be dead?" I was very confused and a shiver ran through my body. I asked, "What are you talking about?" "Elsa, my wife." He said with a terror in his voice that almost made me recoil. "She is always here, lurking." I stood petrified, listening to him. But before I could process what he was saying, he collapsed and fell to the floor like a sack of potatoes. In shock and fear, I spent a few seconds doing nothing until I had a reality check and realized I had to alert the doctors and nurses. When I finally did, they came running, all amazed at how this man had managed to get out of bed on his own, despite his very painful condition. From that night on, every time I had to clean his room, I was full of fear. I knew there was a logical medical explanation for what was happening. But believe me, when I was alone in that dark room, with only the labored breathing of Phil, I couldn't help but think that perhaps the ghost of his deceased wife was appearing in that dark corner, watching over him in his suffering. The truth is that it scared me deeply, and unconsciously, every visit to that room became a kind of excursion into the realm of the inexplicable, a place where grief and death converged in a way I couldn't explain or understand. I was just a cleaner, but whenever I crossed the threshold of the door to room 102, I found myself in the middle of a drama that I couldn't fully comprehend, but that you could feel in the atmosphere. Shortly after, a few days passed, and I noticed that Phil was getting worse. Not only was it visible in his burns, but his behavior was becoming increasingly strange. I could hear his screams echoing from his room, and every time that happened, doctors and nurses ran like firefighters to control the blaze. To tell the truth, that started to make me quite nervous, so I decided to change my shift so I wouldn't have to go to his room anymore. But it seemed that fate had other plans for me. One morning, my boss called me, and while I waited for him to scold me about something, he told me that I would be paid double for the night shift. Who could refuse such an offer, especially at a time when I desperately needed the money? So I agreed, hoping I could handle it, especially since I would have the next day off. I went home, took a short break, and prepared for the night shift. I had to be in my 5 senses, so I tried not to think too much about Phil. When I came back, my head was clear, and as usual, I started my rounds cleaning the rooms. After a while, I decided to take a short break in the cafeteria. While I was there trying to enjoy a drink, I heard footsteps in the hall. That's when I turned around, and what I saw made my blood run cold. There stood Phil at the end of the corridor, his limbs still marked by the deep burns he had suffered, and half of his face covered in hideous scars. "Is everything okay, Phil?" "You should be back in your room," I said, although my heart was racing. The sight of him was truly unsettling. He had a fixed, almost statuesque stare, breathing heavily, and seemed to be elsewhere. "Phil, you are scaring me, man. Why don't you lie down? You shouldn't be here." He was silent for a moment, but what he said next made my blood run cold. "She won't rest until she kills me." God, it's really hard to describe how terrifying those words sounded. "Phil, don't start again," I tried to reassure him, but the fear was deeply rooted in my system. "No, it's different. She is right behind me, and she is telling me to come with her," he replied with a hoarse voice that cracked. I turned around, but of course, no one was there. Just a heavy silence that sent chills down my spine. Phil's next action was something I will never forget. He pulled out a surgical knife that was on the table near him and started cutting his lips. Blood dripped quickly onto the white floor, as if he were painting a horror scene. But he didn't stop there. He continued to bite his lips, and the sound of tearing flesh filled me with nausea and horror at the same time. Suddenly, he let out a cry of pain that echoed through the room. "Are you happy now? Are you angry that I'm still alive and you're not? I'm ending this today. I'm ending everything." In that moment, I was completely breathless. Phil began to stab himself repeatedly in the chest with the instrument in his hand. It was the most horrible thing I had ever seen. Blood squirted out, and I was completely paralyzed with terror, as if panic had taken over my body. Immediately, several nurses and doctors rushed in, and then chaos erupted. Phil was rushed to the ICU in a flash, and amidst the great commotion that had several patients peeking through the doors, it was too late. He did not survive his injuries. I was unable to process what had just happened. Inside me, I felt that he had somehow actually seen the ghost of his wife. The doctors claimed that these were hallucinations caused by a head injury he had suffered in the fire. However, I believe that the ghost of his wife was really there. Sometimes, when someone dies and something haunts them, some people say they come back to haunt their loved ones, or in some cases, to take them too. Then I was left thinking about what the hell had happened to Phil. It scared me to think that perhaps Elsa, his wife, had not found peace and was now somehow clinging to him. It was a tragic story, and despite everything I had seen during my shifts at the hospital, this was an experience that marked me forever. At the end of the day, I went home without answers, only with a deep feeling of sadness and questions that would never be answered. Phil's experience would haunt me forever in this world where grief and death often seem intertwined. Sometimes, ghosts are not just memories, but those who cling to life, trying to hold on to what they left behind. My father was in the last weeks of his treatment at a state hospital, so I decided to visit him on Father's Day. He had been in a psychiatric facility in the state of Georgia for several months after experiencing a severe depressive episode. This place has a long and somewhat sinister history, which makes it a bit fascinating. During my visit, my father and I started talking about strange experiences and some disturbing stories that had happened to him there, which honestly made me never look at that facility the same way again. The hospital opened its doors in 1902, and from then on, it became a sanctuary for people with mental problems and for those who had committed crimes and wanted to escape their consequences by feigning madness. Initially, it was intended to help those who needed it most, but it soon got completely out of control. Due to overcrowding, the number of patients continued to grow, forcing the hospital to expand its facilities several times. Of course, that didn't mean there were enough staff to take care of everyone. By 1935, things got even uglier, and the governor decided to fire the superintendent of the place, along with 80% of the staff. The replacements hired were chosen based more on their political connections than on their ability to work with patients. After this purge, more problems arose. The new staff had no idea how to treat people, and instead of improving the situation, the treatment of patients worsened considerably. The press brought to light the disaster that was taking place there. They reported the overcrowding and the mistreatment suffered by the inmates, as well as many cases of severe malnutrition because many were not receiving enough food. It was not until 1953 that a real change began to take shape in the institution. The government and those responsible for the hospital finally realized that something had to be done to improve the situation. New policies were introduced, trained staff were hired, and little by little, the well-being of the patients began to be ensured. Through these measures, conditions in the hospital improved, and the inmates received the attention they deserved. The facility became more selective in admitting patients who had to undergo a thorough psychological evaluation before being admitted. By the 1970s, the patient count had dropped from over 2,000 to about 600, and today there are about 250. Fortunately, despite all the cracks the center went through over the decades, the place has become a point of reference for the quality of its service in the last 20 years. The reason I mention all this is that this dark past has generated many stories about apparitions and unexplained events that many patients and internal staff have experienced over the years. My father was one of those who had his own encounter with the unexplained during his stay at this facility. My father liked to be busy, so he was always willing to take on different tasks, whether helping with patient activities or assisting staff in various programs. He was always on the go and never liked to be idle. I understand that the hospital was more like a rehabilitation center, and compared to other places, the inmates there had a little more freedom. They could go wherever they wanted and participate in the activities they wished. However, there was one part of the hospital that was somewhat like a jail. On one such occasion, he was helping a woman who worked in that area with the laundry. Together, they were folding a pile of sheets and towels when, for a moment, they disappeared to get baskets to put the laundry in. When they came back, they found everything scattered and messed up. The strange thing was that this area was always locked, so no one could have come in and made such a mess. The employee there, whose name was Karis, told my father that a ghost haunted the place and that his name was Charles. She explained to him that they had different names for the ghosts that allegedly inhabited that part of the jail because there were so many that they even had to close some rooms because the ghosts there were so violent that they even caused physical harm to the workers who entered those places. That's why new residents or interns refused to stay there if they wanted to move, because strange and frightening things happened. Even the office of the former director is said to be so haunted that he told the staff that if they didn't get him a new place for his things, he would leave, and that he had seriously warned them. My father also mentioned that crazy things happened there, like objects moving by themselves, and even things flying through the air. The atmosphere scared everyone. Since he could often leave the hospital and had a job outside, some guys and he decided to take on some local work to maintain the lawn around the hospital and the nearby cemetery. One afternoon, they had agreed that my father and a small group of guys would work on a part of the grounds that was no longer in use. They were near an old building that was part of the complex but had been locked since the 1980s. The building was full of broken windows that showed everything inside, and as they were going about their work and chatting casually, he and another guy suddenly saw someone walking around inside. My father and his partner told their boss that they thought someone else was there. They found it strange to see a man in a place that had been vacant for years, but the boss laughed and said it was probably just a ghost and they were imagining things. Although my father is a reasonable guy, he and the others saw the figure clearly enough to notice his clothes. "Did you see what he was wearing?" the other guy asked him, somewhat scared. "Yes," my father replied. "Someone is playing with us. It's a person." Then he appeared again and walked quickly down the hall towards them. Through the window, they saw the stranger getting closer, and decided to hide in a corner near the garage. The man was wearing an old black and white suit with a matching hat and had his head down as if he wanted to hide his face. The boy who was with my father ran out and said he couldn't work there anymore because he was scared. But my father yelled at him to run forward and catch the person who was trying to scare them. The boy hesitated for a moment, but my father told him to do it, and together they ran to catch the man. At one point, he just seemed to disappear. They stopped exactly where the man with the hat should have been, but he was gone. The building was empty. They checked all the doors, and surprisingly, no one was there. Somehow, their boss managed to get the keys to inspect that part of the old building, and my father said there was so much dust that they could see footprints on the floor, but they found no trace of the man they had seen. This guy must be planning something strange, my father thought, because he does nothing but hide from us and hide his face. However, several months passed and nothing happened until one day he volunteered to do some maintenance work in the office of the center's director. Upon entering, he saw a huge poster with photos of all the men who had directed the center since its founding in the early 1900s. Of all the figures there, one was particularly striking. It was the man who directed the center between 1922 and 1935, a guy named Arthur Bennett, who looked exactly like the man he had seen in the abandoned building, and was dressed the same way as in the picture. At that moment, my father was shocked. It was him. Later, he learned from the secretary that this man had died of a fatal heart attack in that abandoned building in 1935. At the time, that was the administrative building of the complex, and the director's office was there. It was not until 2 decades later that the administrative offices were moved to the building where they are today. I never thought I would find myself in a situation like this, but here I am, telling this hair-raising experience. Let's start from the beginning. It was a random Friday, and I was with a couple of friends at the nearby coffee shop, enjoying a hot cocoa and a delicious croissant. In the middle of the conversation, I suddenly felt a sharp pain in my lower abdomen. At first, I thought it was just a temporary indigestion, but that fleeting pain turned into something much more intense. Not even 5 minutes passed, and I was already hunched over the table, trying not to cause a fuss. But the pain raged against me, as if trying to knock me down in 1,000 ways. My friends looked at me worriedly, and one of them, Carlos, asked me if I was okay. I couldn't even speak. I could only shake my head while the pain dominated me. Desperate, I decided it was time to ask someone for help. So I stood up from the table, staggered as if I were in a horror movie, and barely managed to walk to the exit before collapsing on the floor. I remember the last image I saw before losing consciousness. Carlos's frightened face, screaming for help and crying. When I came to, I was in the hospital section of the hospital, with bright lights above me and a strange smell of disinfectant that filled my lungs. I felt groggy, as if I had rolled around in a laundry room all night. A nurse was next to me, explaining that I had an attack of appendicitis and would need immediate surgery. At that moment, a shiver ran down my spine. The idea of being in an operating room scared me. I had seen too many horror movies not to feel uncomfortable. After a couple of hours, during which I was given some medication, the pain subsided a little. I felt somewhat more awake as I was wheeled into the operating room. Although I tried to calm myself with deep breaths, I couldn't stop thinking about all those stories of people who never woke up again. It's just an appendectomy. I tried to remind myself that there was nothing alarming. But just as I was about to let go of the anesthesia, something strange happened. A cold sensation ran through my body, as if a presence was looming over me. I felt heavier, as if the air was thicker and harder to breathe. The next time I opened my eyes, I was not in the operating room. My senses were awake, but this place was alien to me. It was dark and sinister, and an overwhelming silence enveloped everything around me. Instead of being in a hospital bed, I was in a narrow corridor with gray, dead walls. A kind of mist hovered around, preventing me from seeing more than a few steps. I frowned, wondering what kind of nightmare I had gotten myself into. Slowly, I began to walk, resting my hands on the walls to steady myself. Suddenly, I heard a sound behind me, a low murmur that seemed to call my name. Jay. The voice sounded familiar, but when I turned around, no one was there, just the enveloping mist and the sinister silence that filled everything. A shiver ran through me, and fear took hold of me again. I decided to keep walking, hoping to find a way out or someone who could help me. But the further I walked, the more trapped I felt. The walls seemed to close in, and the air became even denser and more oppressive. Every time I turned a corner, I felt a dark presence behind me, as if something was lurking, perhaps beasts or mad spirits. At that moment, I thought about the anesthesia and the possibility that my mind was playing tricks on me. But I was confused and overwhelmed. Nothing was clear to me. Finally, I came to a half-open door at the end of the hall. It looked different, old, made of wood, adorned with carvings I didn't understand and had never seen before. Without thinking, I pushed the door open, and what I saw on the other side made my heart skip a beat. It was an operating room. On the table lay a body covered with a blue sheet. I couldn't quite make it out, but the feeling that it was myself drove me crazy. As I got closer, I heard the murmur of laughter again. Distant noises, familiar voices of my friends, as if they were calling me from the background. I could tell that I was trapped between two worlds, and all I wanted was to get out of here. But just as I was about to enter the door, it slammed shut behind me. I turned around and saw a group of white figures walking toward me, wearing surgical gowns. They couldn't be the doctors. I knew something was definitely wrong. At that moment, I screamed loudly, and that scream echoed down the hall like an endless echo. Suddenly, everything began to fade. The laughter died down, and the mist began to dissipate. As the echo of that scream bounced back into the room, the disappearance of that oppressive place was a real relief. And as the mist vanished, peace returned to me. Suddenly, I heard distant beeping, loud and constant, a beeping that repeated rhythmically. When I came to, I was in a hospital room, but this time, everything was different. There was no mist or the oppressive silence anymore. And a nurse was in front of me, looking at me worriedly. I was safe, but the experience left me with a lump in my throat. After all, the surgery went well, and although I survived, the vision of that other world remains engraved in my memory to this day. I still wonder if a part of me is still trapped in the shadows while the rest of me moves on. Sometimes I return to that dark corridor in dreams, and the fear never completely fades. This experience became a strange part of my history, and it was so vivid that I remember it as if it were any other earthly event in my life.